I am the most neglected empress, childless and unloved. My family background is also lacking, yet merely for shielding the crown prince from a sword strike. I was bestowed the title of crown princess. The crown prince never cared for me, and after ascending the throne, he repeatedly sought to dethrone me, but fearing public condemnation, he could only vent his resentment by relentlessly persecuting my family. Years of a loveless marriage, a blood feud, in this new life. When assassins struck, I fled without hesitation. Wait, why are you attacking me? No. Why is the crown prince lunging at me too? He shielded me from the blade. Now blood gushes from his wounds. I hesitated should I toss him into the pond amidst the chaos. After all, opportunities to kill him unnoticed are rare. My hesitation lasted but a moment. Imperial guards swarmed us, shouting, "Protect His Highness, the Crown Prince." They carried him away, but he clung desperately to my sleeve. The guard captain glanced at me, then at the Crown Prince, his face deathly pale. With a wave of his hand, "Take them both." They carried the Crown Prince to the rear palace for treatment. Kneeling in the outer hall, I strained to see inside. Buckets of blood-stained water were carried out, and elderly physicians rushed about. Hair disheveled. His Highness is in mortal danger. There's no time for hesitation. But what if? I silently prayed, "Heaven, please let him be that 1 in 10,000. A loud shout erupted from within, followed by cries of, "It's done. It's done. The bleeding has stopped." I felt a wave of disappointment. Heaven must have poor hearing. Just then, a figure clad in bright yellow dragon robes appeared before me. I looked up to see the Emperor's face dark with anger. "Were you praying for the Crown Prince just now?" I nodded. Yes. I was praying he wouldn't survive, that he'd die quickly. The Emperor sighed and strode straight into the inner palace. No one permitted me to rise. I knelt outside the hall, watching the dark clouds obscure the moon, lost in silent reverie. Shaolin and I had been husband and wife for 10 years. Yes, that was him lying inside. It had been the same in my past life. At the Double Ninth Festival banquet, the Crown Prince was attacked. I happened to be by his side then, utterly unprepared for such chaos, running around like a headless fly. I ended up shielding the Crown Prince from a sword strike. I lay bedridden for over 2 months. My father petitioned the Emperor daily. When I finally recovered enough to rise, news arrived from the palace. I was named Crown Princess, with the wedding set for the near future. My entire family rejoiced, dreaming of how one person's success could elevate everyone. I obeyed my parents' wishes, thinking, who's to say who I marry? Besides, I saved the Crown Prince's life. Hell would surely treat me well. But I didn't know that sometimes. Great kindness can become great enmity. Crown Prince Shaolin had someone he truly loved, the third daughter of the Prime Minister's household, Cui Yi. Cui Yi was both talented and beautiful, proud and haughty, and would never accept being a concubine. So the Crown Prince came to hate me, hating me for taking the position of his intended wife. Upon learning the truth, I voluntarily offered to step down. I was severely reprimanded by the old emperor. Nonsense. A marriage bestowed by the Son of Heaven is no child's play. Do you dare show contempt for the throne? The Crown Prince was beaten, and Cui Yi was forcibly betrothed to the son of the Prince of Chengyang. The Crown Prince's hatred for me deepened. After enduring the old emperor's reign until his death, the Crown Prince ascended the throne. He sought to depose me, but the ministers opposed him. The censors knelt day after day, pleading for him to revoke his decree. He endured, his pent-up fury finding no outlet. So he turned his wrath upon me. He demoted my father and brothers, forbidding me from seeing my mother and sisters. I wasted away in daily sorrow until illness struck. I died at 27, When I opened my eyes again, I had returned to 10 years prior. It was the double ninth festival banquet once more. Before I could think, an assassin lunged at me with a sword. The crown prince threw himself in front of me. But I suspect he might have been trying to protect Cui Yi. After all, she was standing right beside me at the time. He wanted to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. But the assassin's blade was too swift. Before he could sweep Cui Yi into his arms for a heroic dance, the sword pierced him. He fell into my embrace, his blood splattering across my face. To outsiders, it looked like the crown prince had taken the sword for me. Now I fear for my own life. After a moment, the emperor strode out and paused before me once more. The eunuch, ever observant, introduced. Your Majesty, this is Li Xiyin, daughter of Li Khan, the Assistant Minister of Works. The crown prince was wounded saving her. How shall we handle this? The emperor fell silent for a moment before saying, Enough. It is not her fault. I secretly rejoiced and hastened to express my gratitude. Your Highness, I shall never forget your life-saving grace. This humble maiden vows to serve you faithfully in this life and repay your kindness in the next. As long as he doesn't force a marriage. The emperor pondered. Very well. Go tend to the crown prince's illness. Shouldn't he praise my gratitude and let me leave? This isn't quite what I expected, but keeping my head for now is enough. After the emperor and his entourage departed, I rubbed my numb knees from kneeling and shuffled slowly into the inner chamber, the air thick with the mingled stench of medicine and blood. Shaolin lay on the bed, eyes tightly shut, long lashes draping over dark-circled eyelids. His face drained of color. Lap after layer of bandages wrapped his chest. Yet blood still seeped faintly through the cloth. I'd never seen him this frail. Wasn't this the perfect moment to strike while he was down? I glanced around and spotted a pair of scissors in the basin of blood. Before I could reach them, a young eunuch approached. What do you need? Young lady. A group of imperial physicians watched me warily. I had no choice but to abandon the plan. I sat on a low stool beside the bed, exhausted from staying awake all night, my eyes heavy with sleep. Before I knew it, I had fallen asleep. When I woke, it felt like someone was touching my face. Startled, I snapped my eyes open. They met a pair of gentle, deep eyes. Shaolin was still weak, but he gave a faint smile. Miss Li, you're pressing on my hand. I looked down and realized I had fallen asleep leaning against the bedside, using Shaolin's hand as a pillow. I sat up straight immediately. In my past life, we had been husband and wife for 10 years before ending up as bitter enemies. Though the man before me was unfamiliar, I still couldn't bring myself to speak to him calmly. Shaolin wiggled his fingers. It's gone numb. He looked apologetic. Would you mind moving it for me? I scanned the room. Not a single physician was present, nor any eunuchs. I dismissed them all earlier, he explained, seemingly reading my confusion. Seeing you slept so soundly, I didn't wish to disturb you. Humph? Such a master of playing the virtuous role. Truthfully, Shaolin was utterly exasperating. For 10 years, he'd harbored resentment over my usurping his position as primary wife. Whenever he saw me, it was either sarcasm or coldness. He couldn't go a moment without taking a jab at me. But to outsiders, court officials, relatives, French could usually put on a polite, gentlemanly facade. So without those grudges, he was now playing the role of the virtuous, gentle, and respectful crown prince. Everyone praised in front of me. Reluctantly, I pinched 2 of his fingers and shook them. Shaolin chuckled. Miss Li, my arm has gone numb. I lifted it again, dangling his entire arm in the air, and gave it a sharp shake. This tugged at his wound, and Shaolin's brow furrowed sharply. I released his arm and said coldly, Your Highness. Forgive me. This humble maiden knows little of medicine. I should fetch the imperial physician. I turned toward the palace doors. Just as I reached the entrance, someone shoved me aside, ignoring me. The person rushed into the inner chambers. Your Highness. The newcomer wept, tears streaming down her face. Your Highness is so badly injured. Cui Yi is truly heartbroken. She clutched her chest, seeming to ache more than Shaolin himself. Shaolin replied calmly, I am unharmed. Miss Cui, do not grieve. He simply couldn't bear to see her upset. Comforting his beloved even in such agony. His words only made Cui Yi weep harder. How can you be unharmed? The wound strikes the heart meridian. Another inch off target and your Highness would. She forced herself to stop. Biting her lower lip, her tear-filled eyes were pitifully vulnerable. Tease, key, tease, gay. Who wouldn't be moved by such heart-rending sorrow? In his past life, Shaolin had adored her madly, even when Cui Yi was betrothed to the crown prince of Chengyang. He found an excuse to recall the entire Chengyang family to the capital. Who knows if he intended to forcibly take his minister's wife? But Cui Yi had declared she'd never be a concubine. So in the end, he never won the beauty's heart. Oh, but who knows? Perhaps after I'm gone. Hell, finally marry Cui Yi. I couldn't be bothered to watch their flirting any longer and headed to find the imperial physician. He was brewing medicine in the side hall. A group of young eunuchs whispered among themselves. Heard they caught yesterday's assassin. Rumor says it was someone fro. This His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's entourage. Is that true? True. His name was Tang something. Hearing this, I urgently asked, was it Tang Yufeng? The young eunuch looked surprised. Seems like it. How did you know? How did I know? Tang Yufeng was Shaolin's most trusted confidant. In my past life, Shaolin always sent Tang Yufeng to deliver messages. It was always Tang Yufeng who escorted me back and forth between the palace and the imperial residence. Because he had a gentle disposition and we could chat a bit. We got along quite well, but how could he be the assassin? I remember that in my past life. The assassin fled after wounding me. His Majesty investigated for a year without uncovering the real culprit. Could it be? Was the assassination plot in my past life staged by Shaolin himself? And I was just the unlucky one who stumbled into his trap and ruined his scheme. It's possible. That's why he's hated me all these years. The little eunuch kept pressing. Miss Li, say something. How do you know this? I deflected. I vaguely recall the Imperial Guard commander mentioning that name. The little eunuch scratched his head. Is that so? Just then, the imperial physician summoned me. Administer this medicine to the crown prince. Remember, ensure the bowl isn't too hot to touch before he drinks it. Not scalding. Not lukewarm. Such a hassle. I truly didn't want to serve my enemy from my past life. I protested. I'm clumsy and might not get it right. Could a more dexterous palace maid attend to him instead? The chief physician of the Imperial Medical Bureau flared his nostrils and glared. Miss Li, the Emperor personally ordered you to attend to the Crown Prince. His Highness is your benefactor. You're making excuses. Have you no head left to wear? I stammered. But another physician spoke softly. Miss Li, when I arrived today, your father asked me to remind you. Atone properly for your sins. Don't drag your entire family down with you. The words on my tip of the tongue vanished. I could only carry the medicine bowl into the inner chamber. Cui Yi was still weeping pitifully over there. A sudden thought struck me. I pushed the bowl toward him. Your Highness, it's time for your medicine. Cui Yi adored him so much she'd surely fight to feed him. Right? Sure enough, Cui Yi reached out to me. Let me do it. I hurriedly handed it to her. She lifted the bowl, blew on it twice, then gently brought it to Shaolin's lips. I silently gloated. Burn him. Burn him. Sure enough, the moment the medicine touched his lips, the heat made Shaolin flinch, spilling a spoonful onto the bedding. Cui Yi gasped in alarm. Your Highness, forgive me. Servants rushed over, some to wipe the spilled liquid, others to soothe him. Cui Yi, frightened like a startled rabbit, stood flustered with reddened eyes. Shaolin reassured her. You're a delicate flower. Since you've never served before, perhaps someone else should handle this. Me. That someone else meant me. Right. She was precious. And I was lowly upon hearing this. Cui Yi immediately handed the medicine bowl to me, just as I debated whether to deliberately spill it on Shaolin. He seemed to understand my intent. I wouldn't dare trouble Miss Li. Let a eunuch handle it. Now that's more like it. I stepped into the outer hall for a sip of tea. Soon after, Cui Yi emerged. She stood silently beside me, as if she had something to say. Li Xiyin, is it? A faint smile touched her lips. How did you come by such a name? My eldest sister was father's firstborn, named Shouyin. Later, he grew too lazy to think of names, so he just followed the sequence. I happened to be the fourth child at home, but in my past life, fearing embarrassment, father changed my name before I married into the Eastern Palace, calling me Li Xiyin. Facing her deliberate mockery, I offered no reply, merely sipping my tea. Cui Yi sneered coldly as she stepped before me, scrutinizing me. I never knew before that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince held such deep affection for youth, that he would risk his life to protect you. I my past life. Our interactions were few. Only that incident where I voluntarily relinquished the throne, forcing her into the marriage arranged by the old emperor. The day I left the palace, she followed and slapped me across the face. She cursed me bitterly. Li Xiyin, you're heartless. You'll die in the depths of the palace sooner or later. In the end, she was right. In my past life, she refused to be a concubine and looked down on the crown prince's secondary consort. I always held her in high regard. I never expected her to be so prone to jealousy. After pondering, I explained. Miss Cui, His Royal Highness didn't save me, he saved you. It was just that the assassin's blade was too swift, and he was unfortunately wounded. Cui Yi hesitated. Is that truly so? I nodded. Absolutely true. The Crown Prince and I had no prior connection whatsoever. Why would His Royal Highness save me? Upon hearing this, Cui Yi fell deep in thought, then suddenly flushed crimson. Whatever crossed her mind, she lifted her skirt and dashed into the inner chambers, likely to exchange heartfelt confidences with Shaolin. I breathed a sigh of relief. Well done. I should keep pushing them together, binding them for life. Never again must I have even the slightest connection with them. After Cui Yi's visit, Shaolin was utterly drained, so the imperial physicians forbade her from returning. I was ordered to attend to his illness, trapped in the palace. For most of these days, Shaolin lay in a deep slumber, leaving me no choice but to keep vigil in the hall. The imperial physicians stayed in the side chamber, where they could set up a few couches for shifts of rest. When exhaustion overwhelmed me, I'd either crouch in a corner for a quick nap or, when no one was looking, steal a moment's sleep with my head on the desk. On the fifth day, utterly spent, I slipped onto the beauty couch when the night watch eunuch was absent. I only intended to rest briefly, but exhaustion overtook me, and I slept until dawn the next day. A black fur cloak covered me, warm and comforting. Looking around, the surroundings were quiet and still. Shaolin was still fast asleep. I carried the cloak to the outer hall. Who put this on me? The young eunuchs all shook their heads. One young eunuch hesitated before speaking. Miss Li, you really overstepped while tending to His Highness. How dare you sleep on the couch? Only because His Highness is kind-hearted did he tell us not to wake you. I froze, frowning. So the prince put it on me. Impossible. How could His Highness get out of bed? True enough, perhaps some elderly physician, moved by compassion, had come to check on him in the night and taken pity on me, covering me with it. I quietly hung the cloak back in place. After a good night's sleep, I felt much better. In the afternoon, Shaolin awoke briefly. He stared at me for a few moments before suddenly speaking. My eye is improving. Miss Li, you've worked hard these past days. You may return home today. Really? My heart leapt with joy, though I dared not show it. I protested. But His Majesty commanded me to attend to His Highness until he is fully recovered. Shaolin pressed his lips together and smiled faintly. I will report this to Father. You may go. Wonderful. I no longer felt the need for polite pretense with Shaolin. Overjoyed, I packed my things and headed home. Before I reached home, I heard that Shaolin, defying medical advice, had insisted on getting out of bed and walking. His wound had burst open, and he had collapsed unconscious on the spot. Serves him right. Let him suffer. As the plaque bearing the Li family name came into view, I felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation at approaching my hometown. After my hasty marriage in my previous life, I rarely saw my family. As Crown Princess, I managed to visit a few times over a year or two. But after becoming Empress, two crises struck: palace intrigue and the Empress Dowager's downfall. Shaolin took his anger out on the Li family. He demoted my father and brothers, and barred my mother and sisters from entering the palace. Counting carefully, it had been over a year since we last met. The thought that this was 10 years ago when my mother was still healthy, and my younger sister was young made my steps feel lighter. The servants, having received instructions, came early to fetch me. They led me to my father's study. Both my father and mother were there. The moment he saw me, my father barked harshly. Kneel. Though bewildered, I obeyed and knelt. Father railed. The Crown Prince was gravely wounded because of you. The Emperor commanded you to tend to his illness, yet you shirked your duty. What harm would a few days of service do? Have you no thought for our family? Father was always stern, prioritizing the family legacy above all. I dared not speak. Only after his tirade did Mother intercede. The palace sent her back, likely the Emperor's will. Husband, please don't be too harsh. Si Yin has been terrified these past days. She's lost weight around her face. Father glared. You just spoil her. After a moment, he softened and asked, why did the Crown Prince save you that day? Another misunderstanding. I had no choice but to repeat that the person the Crown Prince intended to save was Cui Yi. But Father grew angrier as he listened. How did Miss Cui capture the Crown Prince's heart? Why didn't you seize the chance to draw closer to him? You tended his illness for days only to be sent back. Father came from humble origins, climbing to become Vice Minister of Works through a lifetime of struggle. He always yearned to bring honor to our family and ascend further. But his sons proved disappointing, mediocre in talent. So he pinned his hopes on marrying his children into higher circles. In my past life, when I shielded the Crown Prince from a sword strike, he was overjoyed. First, he tearfully confided to colleagues that my life was in peril. Then he rushed to the palace daily, pleading with the Emperor for rare medicinal herbs. In short, he trumpeted my great favor in saving the Crown Prince. The Emperor, being a benevolent ruler who valued appearances, thus granted the marriage between Shaolin and me. Alas, I ultimately failed to fulfill his expectations. When the Empress fell out of favor, his status as the old father-in-law suffered too. But that's all in the past now. The most urgent matter at hand is to placate his anger. I kept my head bowed, letting him scold me. After ranting for a while, Father saw I wouldn't budge and stormed off in a rage. Only after he left did Mother come to help me up. My child. You've endured so much. Her gentle words made tears spill instantly. In my last life, I saw her with gray hair at her temples. But now she looked just as elegant and dignified as in my memories. I threw myself into her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Utterly inconsiderate of my appearance. Truthfully, she wasn't my birth mother. I was born to a concubine. My mother was of low status and died young. My mother was the legitimate matriarch. She raised all the girls in our family, though not my biological mother. Her tenderness and love made her my true mother. She was the one I missed most in the palace. Mother held me close, soothing me softly. There. Stop crying. Your younger sisters will laugh at you. Exactly. How can fourth sister cry like this at her age? A clear, childish voice chimed in. I wiped my tears and looked. Opit was my sixth sister. She was only 8 now. The last time I saw her in my past life, she was 17. When Mother brought her to the palace to visit me. Back then, she was already a graceful young woman, bearing a strong resemblance to me. I had stroked her cheek and laughed. Sixth sister has grown so beautiful. I wonder how many matchmakers will wear out our doorstep. Mother smiled too. If she inherits even a fraction of her mother's grace, I'll be content. Later. Shaolin seemed to have arranged her marriage, but by then I was already burning out, and I no longer recall which young man she wed. I tickled her nose. You're the clever one. At home, I reveled in family bliss, caring for my parents, spending time with my sisters. I'd completely forgotten about the half-dead Shaolin. News from the palace didn't reach us until 2 months later. Heaven is fair after all. In my past life, I lay bedridden for 2 months. In this one, he lay bedridden for 2 months. Neither owed the other anything. My father had been cautious for 2 months. Seeing the emperor showed no sign of punishment, he began scheming about our marriage again, without the debt of saving my life from my past life. He couldn't climb into the imperial family, so he set his sights on the court officials. Zhang Yihan, the only son of the Marquis of Dingnan. He was very optimistic about him and wanted to marry me off to him. He had my mother take me to worship the Buddha, just to catch a glimpse of Zhang Yihan from afar. Having endured a decade of marriage with Shaolin in my past life, I had no desire for matrimony, but unable to defy my parents' will, I resolved to go through the motions. My eldest brother escorted us there, intending to bring Zhang Yihan to the bamboo pavilion behind the temple for us to meet. However, we encountered an unwelcome guest, Shaolin. He was sipping tea in the bamboo pavilion. Spotting me approach, he offered a faint smile. Miss Li. What a coincidence. I glanced warily around, seeing guards present. I had no choice but to curtsy. Why are you here, Your Highness? Shaolin replied, having recently recovered from a serious illness. I came to express gratitude for the Bodhisattva's protection, as if anyone would believe that. In his first year as emperor, he issued an edict halting the construction of Buddhist temples and forced 1,800 monks to return to lay life. Would such a man truly believe in the Bodhisattva? He was likely here to discuss some unsavory scheme. I didn't call him out on it, for just then, my elder brother arrived. The young man beside him stood tall and graceful, his gaze sharp and piercing, his features dignified and handsome. His gaze met mine briefly in midair, but he flashed his eyes away the instant they touched, his ears flushing crimson. Then he spotted Shaolin, paused in surprise, and hurried forward to bow. Shaolin responded calmly, Yihan. No need for formalities. After exchanging pleasantries, Shaolin invited us to taste tea, and so the 4 of us sat down in an awkward silence. Noticing the unfamiliar servants bustling around Shaolin, I suddenly recalled Tang Yufeng, so I casually inquired, What became of that assassin? My brother glared at me instantly. Mind your own business, Shaolin. However, remained composed and explained to me. He refused to reveal his mastermind. He's now imprisoned in the dungeons. His Majesty will decide his fate. Of course he wouldn't confess you're the mastermind behind it all, but I kept that thought to myself, knowing better than to make baseless accusations. Shaolin holds grudges. Zhang Yihan chose his words carefully. I heard that assassin once served in the Eastern Palace. Shaolin blew away the foam on his tea and sipped. I have many enemies. It's only natural that some seek my life. Whoa. That was way too direct. Wasn't he basically saying his brother, Prince Qi Xiaowei, was the mastermind? Zhang Yihan's brow furrowed. My elder brother dared not utter a word. Prince Qi Xiaowei was indeed Shaolin's rival, but he'd always been overshadowed. Compared to Prince Qi, the figure Xiaolin feared more in his previous life was the cunning, unpredictable old emperor. Why was he now attacking Prince Qi? Could it be his original plan was a feigned injury ploy to bring down Prince Qi? But he was thinking too simplistically. Not only did Prince Qi have solid foundations and a powerful maternal clan, even the old emperor himself didn't want Prince Qi to fall. Crown Prince's faction was growing stronger by the day. At 20, Shaolin was still young. He needed another 5 years of tempering before he could truly grasp the situation by 25. This thought made me chuckle. In my past life, I knew little of court politics and was constantly mocked by Shaolin as foolish and clumsy. He claimed that without his protection, I wouldn't even know how I'd die. But now, I knew the course of the next decade. I see things more clearly than these schemers. Shaolin suddenly asked, "What are you laughing at, Miss Li?" Huh. It merely curved my lips, not even a sound escaped. Did he really need to question that? Just as I prepared to make some excuse, a maid from Mother's entourage called me back. Originally, my eldest brother had intended for me to exchange a few words with Jiang Yihan, but Shaolin intervened, and not a single word was exchanged. I didn't mind, it was just a formality anyway. My eldest brother and I rose to leave. Suddenly, a court eunuch dashed over, panting heavily. "Miss Li, the Emperor summons you." The Emperor summoning me to the palace was truly rare. In this life, I'm not the crown princess, and I have no real ties to Shaolin. Why summon me? I couldn't fathom it. Shaolin was puzzled too. He tried to pry information from the eunuch several times, but the attendant just shook his head, saying he didn't know. It seemed like a last-minute decision. His Majesty only summoned me alone. Mother and my elder brother were both worried. Shaolin said he was returning to the palace anyway and could take me along to ease their minds. So now I'm in his crown prince's carriage. The car, Eohei, is spacious. Shaolin rests his eyes. I'm trying to recall. This current sovereign, the court. He wields both kindness and authority. In the harem, he's hot and cold. Toward his sons, his mood swings unpredictably. So the court officials, the consorts, and his sons all fear him quite a bit. He's been quite kind to me, though. He cherishes his reputation, deeply concerned with maintaining his image as a benevolent ruler in the hearts of the people. Thus, despite Shaolin's persistent desire to depose me, thanks to the Emperor's protection, my position as crown princess remains secure. However, after his passing, my life grew far more difficult. Within the harem, the Empress Dowager, relying on her status as Shaolin's foster mother, constantly meddles and interferes. Then there was Consort Li, the mother of Prince Qi. The two women were like oil and water, constantly stirring trouble through me. The harem was a toxic mess. Shaolin didn't care for me, and they schemed relentlessly for power. On the eve of the palace uprising, they even joined forces to strip me of my authority as empress. My suffering was unbearable. So sometimes I found myself wishing the old emperor were still alive, with his protection. My days as crown prince consort were at least free from worry. Now, facing him, I felt not fear but a strange longing. Shaolin had opened his eyes unnoticed and was silently staring at me. His gaze made me uneasy. "What are you looking at?" I snapped. A faint smile touched his lips. "I've noticed Miss Lee often bursts into laughter unexpectedly." He paused. "Is something amusing on your mind?" I curled my lip and muttered under my breath, "None of your—" Before I could finish, the horses suddenly whinnied and lurched forward. I was violently thrown forward, crashing headfirst into Shaolin's embrace. Shaolin grunted, clutching my waist. The carriage lurched forward several more steps before servants reined it in. Shaolin demanded coldly, "What happened?" "Stray dogs startled the horses. The wheels crushed a merchant's goods, that's why it jolted." The servant, still shaken, stammered, "Are you all right?" "Your Highness." Shaolin glanced down. The earlier jolt had flung me forward. In my panic, I'd grabbed wildly, tearing open his collar. Now, my clothes were disheveled, and red scratches from fingernails marred the skin beneath my collarbone. It was a mess, utterly embarrassing. The servant waited anxiously. "Your Highness, I am unharmed." After replying, he suddenly sneered. "Miss Lee cares for me," wishing to inspect my wound. "Me? Huh?" I quietly lifted my eyes, glancing down my neck to catch sight of the scar on his chest. A wound a finger's length long. The scar faded, leaving only a faint pink mark. My hand instinctively went to my lower abdomen. Once, there had been an identical scar there. Shaolin released his hand from around my waist and began to slowly and deliberately adjust his clothing. Perhaps because I had just bumped my head against his wound, his movements were unusually gentle and deliberate. In my past life, he had been robust and upright, full of energy and brimming with brute strength. He would accompany the emperor on hunting expeditions by day, and return at night to tire me out often for an entire night. But now, his breath was faint as a thread, as if death could come at any moment. I suddenly asked, "Will this injury leave him with lasting health issues?" Shaolin's fingers paused. "I didn't mean to pity him. In my past life, when I injured my lower abdomen, it seemed to heal, but it left me with lasting health issues, making it difficult to conceive." Shaolin, however, was obsessed with having a legitimate firstborn son and insisted I bear him a male heir first. For that, I endured untold suffering. If only Shaolin could suffer the same lingering illness. He should taste the torment I endured. Only then would he truly understand. Only then would he stop taunting me during our arguments, saying, "Why did you have to block that sword for me?" Recalling that agony, my nose stung. I turned my head away, wiping the tears from my eyes. Shaolin had finished adjusting his clothes. He looked surprised. "Miss Lee, are you crying because you feel sorry for me?" "Of course not." Shaolin's smile faded. "I thought perhaps you were moved by my heroic rescue," I retorted sarcastically. "Wasn't it Miss Cui you were trying to save?" "Your Highness." Shaolin fell silent. I thought he was admitting it. But then he suddenly spoke. "It was you I wanted to save." After uttering those words, he fell silent, offering no explanation even as we entered the palace. Only when we stood before the emperor did we notice another figure kneeling below the steps. Chains bound his limbs, his hair matted and filthy, his body stained with blood. The emperor pointed. "Speak for yourself." The man slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over my face and the crown prince's. "I say," he declared. "The one I wished to kill was Li Xiyin." I was stunned. The man before us was none other than Tang Yufeng. But he wanted to kill me. Why? He didn't even recognize me now. My eyes instinctively sought Shaolin. but he kept his gaze lowered, saying nothing. My heart felt as if it had been stabbed, though the man before us didn't recognize me. I remembered him. I remembered when I was under house arrest. He brought me meals, medicine, and kittens. I remembered when I faced hardship. He drew his sword without hesitation and stood to protect me. I remembered when I lay dying, craving a bite of my family's pastries. He sent men to find the old servants and reassured me, "Your Highness, take heart. You will recover." How could such a man kill me? Yet I couldn't deceive myself. That sword thrust at the double ninth festival banquet was indeed aimed at me. I thought I was merely an inconvenience, never imagining I was the primary target. Bitterness welled in my heart. Why? Tang Yufeng's face remained expressionless. "Because I hate you." I froze. "What?" He gave a mocking smile. "Because your mother sought a higher branch, abandoning me and my father." The confusion deepened. Through his sorrowful recounting, I finally learned the truth. My birth mother had once been his father's wife. When their family fell on hard times, Tang's father turned to heavy drinking and gambling, unable to bear it. My mother abandoned them both and entered the Li household as a servant. Later, my father, Li Kan, took her as a concubine, and I was born. After that, Tang's father died from alcoholism, unable to support himself. He was sold from master to master until becoming a servant to the crown prince. He had resigned himself to his fate until that night at the double ninth festival banquet when he saw me. I, radiant and elegant, the young mistress of the Li household. He, a lowly servant at others' mercy. Hatred surged within him, hatred for our mother. Hatred for me. That was why he lost his mind, driven by fury to attempt my murder. I froze completely. So Tang Yufeng and I are half-siblings, sharing the same mother but different fathers. So Tang Yufeng treated me kindly in my past life because I was his sister. And married the crown prince. He felt compelled to look after me. My mind was a chaotic mess, unable to distinguish truth from fiction. I looked at Shaolin, his brow furrowed. Clearly, he didn't know either. I turned to the emperor for help. The emperor remained composed. He asked Shaolin, "Crown Prince, did you know your subordinate and Lady Li were siblings?" Shaolin shook his head. "Your servant was unaware." The emperor chuckled lightly. "If you didn't know, why did you rush to save Lady Li?" Shaolin bowed his hands. "Your servant cherishes the delicate and precious. Saving women and children first is the virtue of a gentleman." He rattled off moral principles without hesitation. The emperor offered no comment. He tapped the table with his finger. After a moment, he declared, "Assassination in the palace courtyard is treason. Take him away. Execute him immediately." I hurriedly looked at Shaolin. He held his breath, silent, showing no intention of pleading for mercy. Of course not. The emperor had just been testing him, seeing if he was the mastermind. How could he plead for mercy now? As guards moved to seize him, panic seized me and I fell to my knees. "Your Majesty, this humble maiden has something to say." The emperor raised a hand to halt the guards. "Speak." I prostrated myself. "I beg your Majesty to spare his life." The emperor's interest piqued. He smiled. "But he intended to kill you. I knew that." But, regardless of whether he was my brother, his kindness to me in my past life was genuine. Trapped in the palace for 10 years. Having someone who consistently looked out for me, couldn't that be considered a true friend? I bowed again. "Your Majesty, I know a secret concerning your safety. If you spare Tang Yufeng, I shall reveal it immediately." The emperor's expression darkened. Shaolin barked, "Li Xiyin, do not speak recklessly." How could it be reckless? After all, only the emperor and I know this secretivis. Shaolin remains unaware. It must have been less than 2 months ago. I was the crown prince's consort then, entering the palace as usual to pay respects to the empress. Because I exchanged a few words and smiles with Consort Li in the imperial garden, the empress took offense and punished me with 2 hours of kneeling. Somehow, His Majesty heard of this and summoned me to his presence. He intended to offer comforting words and bestow a token gift. But after kneeling so long that day, my knees gave way as I stepped forward to receive his calligraphy scroll. I stumbled forward, shattering his soup bowl. I kowtowed repeatedly in apology. The emperor showed no anger, instead sending someone to reprimand the empress for treating her juniors too harshly. Amid this distraction, one of the emperor's caged birds flew out and pecked at the sweet soup, immediately convulsing and collapsing. The soup was poisoned, not fatal, but it would cause dizziness and exhaustion for several days. Those days coincided with the new year, when the heavenly sacrifice ceremony was to be held. The emperor flew into a rage, forbidding any mention of the incident and ordering me not to inform the crown prince. Later, several high-ranking officials were executed in the court, though I never learned their names. I suspect someone intended to exploit the heavenly sacrifice ceremony for their own ends. If the emperor couldn't attend, the crown prince would surely take his place. Any mishap during the ceremony could have dire consequences. Someone sought to frame Shaolin, yet due to my unexpected intervention, the ceremony concluded without incident. Whether the true mastermind was apprehended remains unknown to me. I traded this secret for Tang Yufeng's life. The emperor listened, yet remained unconvinced. He asked coldly, "Do you truly believe I would trust you based on a mere dream?" I lowered my gaze. "This concerns your Majesty's safety. You may imprison Tang Yufeng. If my words prove true, you may release him later." The emperor sneered coldly. "Li Siyin, do you understand? If nothing happens in 2 months, you will be guilty of deceiving the throne. Then the entire Li family will be executed." B. Palms grew sweaty, but the words were already spoken. What else could I do? Gritting my teeth, I declared, "Your Majesty is a benevolent ruler. You will surely discern right from wrong. I believe I am correct. If I am mistaken, the fault lies solely with me. I beg your Majesty to punish only me." The emperor pondered for a moment. "Granted," he added, "if a single word of your testimony proves false. In 2 months' time, you and Tang Yufeng shall be executed by Lingqi." I drew a deep breath. No wonder Shaolin feared him in my past life when he turned ruthless. He was truly merciless. Only the emperor and I were present when I revealed the secret. When I emerged, I found Shaolin waiting for me. His expression was heavy with worry. "What did you tell His Majesty?" I answered calmly, "I cannot say." Shaolin stared at me in silence. "You shouldn't have done that." The emperor's heart is unpredictable. It was rare for him to speak so frankly. In my past life, he'd always reminded me to be careful around the emperor, to never say what shouldn't be said. He always thought I was a fool. But he didn't know the emperor was quite willing to discuss his personal troubles with me in private. Perhaps the emperor saw me as a reliable confidant, someone who kept secrets. Perhaps it was because I never spoke favorably of anyone in his presence. After a moment, I asked, "Tang Yufeng didn't kill me out of hatred, did he?" Shaolin's eyes narrowed. "You know?" I guessed. Tang Yufeng likely acted to clear the crown prince's name. To clear the crown prince, he needed a pretext. But the excuse couldn't be too flimsy. So he dug up a secret buried deep within. Tang Yufeng was the crown prince's confidant. An assassination attempt at court regardless of the target was treason. Logically, the crown prince couldn't escape involvement. Yet the emperor accepted this flimsy excuse, and he stopped at Tang Yufeng's execution. No further investigation. This meant the emperor still protected the crown prince. Why did the emperor in my past life choose me, concubine's daughter, lacking in every way to be the crown princess? Perhaps the assassin escaped. The emperor truly suspected the crown prince of treachery in this life. Though the assassin was captured and still linked to the crown prince, the latter nearly died and had no further moves. He wouldn't use this to frame anyone. Thus, the emperor's suspicions faded considerably. After pondering, I asked him, "May I request one favor of your highness?" Xiaolin's eyes lit up. "Speak. Family matters should remain private. For the sake of my origins, please tell others that you originally intended to save Cui Yi, but accidentally saved me instead. Would that be acceptable?" The smile faded from Xiaolin's eyes. After a long moment, he forced a bitter smile. "Miss Li, you place me in a difficult position." What exactly was difficult? Wasn't Cui Yi the one he loved most? Wasn't I simply helping him achieve a grand, sweeping romance? Such a difficult man to please. I grumbled to myself all the way home. Father and mother looked tense, asking what the emperor had said. I told them the emperor had brought the assassin forward to confront me, but nothing had been uncovered. My parents breathed a sigh of relief, then inquired about my opinion of Zhang Yihan. What could I say? I'd only met him once as a well-mannered, handsome young gentleman from a distinguished family. What could I possibly think? I fidgeted awkwardly. "Father, mother, Si Yin wishes to remain under your care for a few more years." Father's eyebrows knitted. "How old are you?" "Still clinging to home." "What family keeps a 17-year-old maiden unmarried?" "Is it that you find young Master Jiang lacking?" Eldest brother chuckled softly beside him. "Father, set aside young Master Jiang for now. I've noticed His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, has taken quite a liking to our Si Yin." Father perked up instantly. "Is that so?" My elder brother replied, "Of course. Why else would he have allowed Si Yin to ride in his carriage?" I hastily waved my hands. "No. Your Highness only took me to the palace out of pity. Besides, he adores Miss Cui. How could he possibly have feelings for me?" I grew frantic. "Brother, don't make reckless connections. If we anger the Crown Prince and Minister Cui, how could our family survive?" My elder brother flinched, but father seemed unwilling to let it go. "Really? I do think the Crown Prince has some interest. If not as Crown Princess, then as a secondary consort would be fine too." I was desperate. Was I destined to repeat my past life? Growing to despise Xiaolin. Gritting my teeth, I decided to take the plunge. "I like young Master Jiang." Father and my elder brother turned to look at me. I sighed in resignation. "Father, I'll be honest. I like young Master Jiang. If marrying Zhang Yihan meant an uncertain future, then marrying Xiaolin would be repeating the same mistake. I refused to repeat the same mistake. My father believed me and began arranging my marriage to Zhang Yihan. Both families were in agreement, and after discussion, the engagement was hastily finalized before the new year. The following year, on the Lantern Festival, Zhang Yihano, my fiancés, invited me to view the lanterns. Zhang Yihan was exceedingly courteous, personally driving his carriage to fetch me, fearing he might offend me. He even brought several maidservants to attend to me. Sixth sister sighed enviously. Fourth sister is so blessed. I wonder if I'll ever find such a gentle, considerate, and understanding husband. I playfully pinched her nose. "How old are you?" "Thinking about marriage already." Sixth sister stuck out her tongue, though I teased her. My heart felt a little comforted. Regardless of how things would turn out with Zhang Yihan, at least he was impeccably courteous, making one feel as if bathed in spring breeze. Unlike that jerk Shaolinaven when he took me out of the palace for fun. He'd complain about this and that, ruining the whole experience. During the Lantern Festival, lanterns and decorations adorned every corner, creating an extraordinary bustle. Stalls and shops lined the streets in endless succession. Jiang Yihan picked out jewelry to give me, to return the favor. I decided to give him a gift as well. I took him to an antique shop and selected several treasures of fine quality. Jiang Yihan asked curiously, "Sister Siyin, how did you know this jade flask was from the Han Dynasty?" How did I know? Of course. I had seen it with my own eyes, in my past life. Shaolin loved collecting such trinkets. Whenever he acquired a treasure, he'd come to me to show it off, regardless of whether I cared to listen. He dragged me along for a lengthy explanation. This belonged to a general from the previous dynasty. This to a Han Dynasty chancellor. This to the royal family of the warring states. The two treasures in my hands now were ones had hunted down in this very antique shop in his past life. But I didn't plan to tell Jiang Yihan that. Jiang Yihan continued to examine the jade pendant in his hand. This jade pendant was smooth and translucent, though slightly flawed from the wear of time. It was still a top-grade treasure. He marveled. Is this really from Xian of the Jin dynasty? I nodded. Yes. Quickly put it away. It wouldn't be good if the owner changed his mind later. Jiang Yihan tucked it into his robe, his eyes crinkling into crescent moons. All right. Since Sister Siyin gave it to me, I'll treasure it well. Once he had it safely stored, I led him upstairs. These are all commonplace items. The paintings and calligraphy upstairs are the real masterpieces. Jiang Yihan looked surprised. He eagerly scanned the room, then seemed slightly disappointed. Sister Siyin, this painting by the Hermit of Dushantha brushwork is rather clumsy. It can't be considered masterful, true enough. Those trained in painting rarely held them in high regard. Yet the value of these works lay not in technique, but in their creator. The Hermit of Dushan was none other than the Emperor. The Emperor had few hobbies, but painting was his passion. He took great pride in his skill, yet wished to conceal it from his ministers, fearing they might exploit it for personal gain. Thus, he often sent his paintings to the market to be sold anonymously, testing whether anyone recognized their worth. If someone purchased his work, he felt pleased. He would also regard the buyer with greater respect. So this wasn't merely a gift of painting sight, was offering him a path to advancement. I selected several pieces the Emperor particularly favored, bought them, and presented them to Jiang Yihan. Though Jiang Yihan couldn't fathom why I'd pay such a high price for these paintings, he was deeply grateful for the gesture. No sooner had I paid than the shopkeeper approached. "Miss, our master requests your presence." Master. I glanced upstairs. The Emperor was here. I lifted my skirt to ascend the stairs, Jiang Yihan following behind. But he was stopped. The master requests only Miss Li. Jiang Yihan stepped before me, his expression grave. "Miss Li is my fiancée. How could I let you take her away alone?" I reassured him. "Mr. 1J. I know his master." Jiang Yihan remained unyielding. A sound came from the third floor. A figure stepped out of a room and stood on the corridor. Miss Li.it was Crown Prince Shaolin. His expression was cool, devoid of small talk. He gestured for me to follow. "My father-in-law requests your presence." Two burly guards stood watch at the corridor entrance. Jiang Yihan looked stunned. That the Crown Prince himself had come to fetch me spoke volumes about the stature of this father-in-law. I gave his hand a light pat. "Don't worry. I'll be back soon." I ascended the stairs alone. As I passed the doorway, Shaolin lifted his gaze. I kept my eyes straight ahead, brushing past him without a glance. Inside, a long table stood covered in piles of paints and paper. The walls were plastered with the Emperor's unfinished masterpieces. He painted with wild abandon, his brushstrokes brimming with unrestrained energy. I knelt and bowed in greeting. The Emperor did not signal me to rise. "Do you know why I summoned you?" I replied. "Your Majesty spared my life before the new year. proving my words were correct. Since this is not a punishment, I have no idea what this concerns. The emperor chuckled. Cunning. He set down his brush and tucked his hands behind his back. He met my gaze as I knelt before him. I am curious about your dream, he asked. In that dream, what were you to me? I frowned, before I could formulate a reply. He continued. Do not speak yet. Let me guess. He stroked his beard. You know even the soup served to the emperor. Does that mean you're a palace maid? Able to attend before the imperial presence? He shook his head. No. Your father, Li Khan, is ambitious but lacking in talent, though skilled in scheming. He's cowardly as a mouse. Had never dare commit a crime punishable by confiscation of property and extermination of the clan. If my father knew how the emperor viewed him, he'd be heartbroken. The emperor paused, narrowing his eyes. One of my consorts. I hastily denied it. No. The emperor grew more curious. Oh, then what are you? I glanced sideways toward the doorway. The emperor understood, dismissing everyone. I saw the shadow outside retreat. Knowing I couldn't hide it from him, I decided to tell the truth. In my dream, I was your majesty's daughter-in-law. The emperor nodded suddenly. Oath, that makes sense. Before I could speak, he raised his hand to silence me. Don't say another word. Let me guess which of my sons you married. How had I never known the emperor had a penchant for solving mysteries, since he forbade me to speak? I could only listen intently. The emperor pondered. Your age would best suit Prince Qi, but you are merely the concubine-born daughter of a fourth-rank assistant minister of works. If I were to betroth you to Prince Qi, how could consort Li possibly consent? He shook his head. The crown prince is even less likely be heart, why heart twisted with inexplicable bitterness. Truthfully, the emperor also deemed me unworthy of Prince Qi. Born to his favored concubine alone, the heir to the throne. My status as crown princess in my past life stemmed solely from that fateful blade. I waited quietly for his conclusion. The emperor frowned. But the other princes are still young, their ages don't match. His eyes suddenly widened. Could you be a secondary consort to the crown prince or Prince Qi? A concubine. Before I could speak, he dismissed the idea himself. How could I value a secondary consort or concubine enough to bestow calligraphy and paintings? He truly cherished his calligraphy and paintings. Seeing him ponder without progress, I began to explain. In my dream, I was the crown prince's consort. I recounted my past life's experiences to the emperor exactly as they had happened. I spoke of the debt of gratitude for that sword, the emperor's arranged marriage, and the discord within the Eastern Palace. I spoke of the emperor's protection and the crown prince's loathing and dislike. I omitted the pain of my time as empress. Yet by the end, tears had unconsciously streamed down my face. Perhaps those final years had been too bitter. So bitter that there was no one to turn to. No one to confide in. Seeing the emperor, still kind-faced, before me now, I couldn't help but want to pour out my heart. To seek some solace. After listening, the emperor remained silent for a long while. He sighed deeply. Rise. I stood up, my legs numb and aching. Suddenly, the emperor asked, in which year did I pass away? I froze. Could I say? No. I couldn't. No one can face their own death date calmly. Besides, I hadn't mentioned anything about the events after his passing. I replied cautiously. I don't know. I was only crown princess for 7 years. The emperor's voice grew heavy. You mean you died while you were crown princess? I hadn't said that. You said it. And I said it was all a dream. A vivid dream. I remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. The emperor snorted coldly. If you claim I was the only one protecting you, then why did the crown prince dare to depose you, and the empress dare to bully you while I was still alive? My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't anticipated this line of questioning. Life was indeed bearable while the emperor was still here. I knelt with a thud. Your humble servant truly does not know. In those final years, I was terminally ill and lost my mind. The emperor, whether he believed me or not, pressed no further. He sighed helplessly. Enough, he continued. In your dream, you shielded the crown prince from arrows. Yet in reality, it was he who shielded you. Perhaps our fates remain intertwined. Perhaps I should. Fearing he might suddenly decree a marriage for me, I hastily refused. Your servant is already betrothed. The emperor froze. What? I stated plainly. This humble maiden is already betrothed. The young gentleman Zhang downstairs is my fiancé. I enunciated each word. I beg your majesty to let this humble maiden make her own decision once. The emperor was momentarily speechless, his fingers tapping the table. Leave. I bowed in gratitude and rose. Just as I reached the doorway, he suddenly asked, in the 3rd month of spring, was there any major event? Good heavens. Was he treating me like the Imperial Astronomical Bureau director? I strained my memory. After much deliberation, I dug up a faint memory from an old case. During the hunting expedition, someone attempted to harm the crown prince. The spring hunt in March. Crown Prince Shaolin accompanied the emperor on a day-long hunt. That night, he suddenly slipped into the side chamber of my imperial residence, grabbed my clothes without a word, and demanded intimacy. I was furious beyond words and slapped him across the face. He bit my undershirt, his voice hoarse as he begged for forgiveness. That night truly wore us out. The next day, exhausted from the exertion, I failed to pay my respects on time and was reprimanded by the empress. After the hunt concluded and we returned to the palace, the crown prince was suddenly placed under house arrest. He was confined to the Eastern Palace for a month. That month, he didn't idle away his time. He bickered with me, picked fights daily, and we were constantly at each other's throats. At first, I thought he'd spoken out of turn and offended the emperor. Later, I learned someone had framed him at the hunting grounds, lacing his deer-blood wine with aphrodisiacs. That day, the crown prince consort of Prince Chengyi and Cui Yi was also at the imperial retreat. A trap had been set to frame the crown prince for defiling a subject's wife. The crown prince did meet Cui Yi in private. He was indeed overcome with passion and nearly crossed the line. But realizing he'd be in setup, he escaped with his last shred of clarity. Cui Yi's husband, Lu Qi, the crown prince of Chengyang, had been plied with wine that night and left behind at the camp. Upon returning, he found Cui Yi disheveled and flew into a rage. But they could find no evidence of an adulterer, so someone falsely accused the crown prince, claiming to have seen him enter the crown princess' chambers. Shaolin vehemently denied it, insisting he had been in my room the entire time. Lu Qi refused to believe him and demanded a confrontation with me. But that night was so chaotic my body and face were covered in marks. Shaolin refused to let me come out no matter what. The emperor had no choice but to lock him up for a month. Of course, I didn't know any of these secrets back then. It wasn't until years later that he told me the details. I simplified the story, skipping the blush-inducing parts, and gave the emperor the gist. The emperor nodded. If the hunt was as you described, I shall release Tang Yufeng. Thank you, Your Majesty. I told Zhang Yuhan it'd be gone for a little while, but the emperor had so many questions. By the time I finished answering them and stepped outside, night had fallen. Crown Prince Shaolin and Zhang Yihan were chatting idly on the first floor. Shaolin held the jade pendant I had given Zhang Yihan. He stroked it carefully, unable to put it down. In my past life, He had adored this jade pendant. Not only did he flaunt it in front of me, but he insisted I braid a cord for it so he could carry it with him. After I finished braiding the cord, he fell silent for a long time. Words of disdain nearly escaped his lips several times. But seeing my eager gaze fixed on him, he finally swallowed them down, letting out a sigh instead. Princess consort. I knew he wanted to say my taste was terrible, that I made it too ugly. Despite that, the jade pendant stayed with him for 5 years. Until 5 years later, when the young 7th prince shattered it, his expression darkened instantly, terrifying the 7th prince into tears. Hesitating, he said, I cherish this jade deeply. Could Yi Han part with it? Zhang Yi Han's expression shifted slightly. He replied with difficulty. This was given to me by the Li family's younger sister. I'm afraid I cannot part with it. My heart warned. Shaolin held the jade pendant, his gaze complex. I walked straight over, slipped it from his palm, and apologized. This is the token of love I gave my fiancé. Your Highness, please forgive me. I handed the jade pendant to Zhang Yihan. Brother Yihan, keep it safe. Zhang Yihan beamed with delight. Shaolin, deprived of the jade pendant he'd longed for, remained sullen throughout the journey. The benevolent ruler could no longer maintain his facade, and the tyrant within began to show. I asked him why he'd been following us. He replied coldly, Is this street yours? The Li family. Am I not allowed to come? This response felt very much like the Shaolin I remembered. It was like a monster couldn't keep up the act and revealed its true form. The thought made me chuckle. Shaolin shot me a resentful look, ignoring him. I dashed ahead to admire the lanterns. Zhang Yihan, mindful of his status as crown prince, forced a smile despite his displeasure. As dusk deepened, lanterns on the lake boats began to glow. Each painted boat's lights were uniquely crafted into various shapes, vying for attention. I was utterly mesmerized. After marrying in my past life, I never attended a lantern festival. How could I have missed such splendor? I wandered from boat to boat, watching young scholars solve riddles. Seeing my delight, Zhang Yihan whispered, Shall I call one over? We could cruise the lake. Yes, I exclaimed happily. Zhang Yihan went to make arrangements, telling me to wait nearby. The ornate pleasure boat before me was grand and luxurious. Its prize, a golden hairpin, though its riddle proved quite challenging. Green feathers, a hue of frosty chill, with phoenixes scaling lofty peaks. Its cry disrupts the zither's melody, soaring into the southeast. Guess a bird. I glanced at Shaolin, who had remained silent the entire time, and teased him. Your Highness, after pondering for so long, have you figured it out? Shaolin countered. What if I have? I pointed at the golden hairpin. Claim the prize. Of course. Though worthless to Shaolin, it was still a prize after all. Shaolin pondered. I'll tell you the answer. You give it out, and you take the prize. I eyed him suspiciously, up and down. Give me the prize, he said. But you must agree to one condition. What? He watched me quietly. Accompany me on a lake cruise. I hesitated for a moment, then held out my hand. The answer. Shaolin unfolded his fan and whispered the answer into my ear. His warm breath tickled my eardrum, rubbing my ear. I walked to the host and announced the answer. Peacock. Congratulations. The host handed me the golden hairpin. I couldn't believe it. I was right. I glanced back at Shaolin, who raised an eyebrow and smiled. Soon his attendants brought a more splendid painted boat. Shaolin stepped aboard first, extending his hand to me. Just then, Zhang Yihan approached. Inspiration struck. You're perfectly timed. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince invites us to cruise the lake together. Zhang Yihan looked surprised. Ah, but I have. Cancelled it. I dodged Xiaolin's outstretched hand, lifted my skirt, and stepped aboard in one stride. Then I tugged at Zhang Yihan's sleeve. His Highness is saving you money. Hurry up and get on. Xiaolin swallowed his frustration but didn't show anger. His boat was so splendid and eye-catching that several nobles wanted to join the outing. To show magnanimity, Xiaolin invited them all, including a few acquaintances. Among them were Cui Yi and her husband from her past life, Lu Qi. Cui Yi had come out to play with her brother and happened to meet Lu Qi, the crown prince of Chengyang. The three of them sought out the painted boat. Hearing the crown prince was aboard, they boldly presented their names to request an audience. Cui Yi's brother served as the crown prince's tutor, and Xiaolin had long harbored feelings for Cui Yi herself, so he readily granted the request. I found myself curious about Lu Qi, who followed Cui Yi about, constantly vying for her attention. I couldn't help but observe him. By all accounts, he was of noble birth, handsome, and a suitable match for Cui Yi. How could his life have turned out so wretched? Rumor had it that less than half a year after the emperor's arranged marriage, this ruthless heir began beating Cui Yi. Yet the Prince of Chengyang was a founding hero, a hereditary prince of a different surname. Lu Qi's father had been the emperor's childhood companion, held in special esteem. The Cui family could do nothing. I once asked Xiaolin how he felt about his beloved being abused. He shook his head helplessly. The emperor decreed the marriage. What could I do? While the emperor lived, he was powerless to save his beloved. Once the emperor passed, he immediately confined the Prince of Chengyang's entire household within the capital. Perhaps it was his way of protecting Cui Yi. Perhaps I stared too long, for Lu Kai shot me a displeased glance. Young lady, why are you staring at me? His words drew the attention of Xiaolin, Zhang Yihan, and Cui Yi. I smiled. My elder brother mentioned the crown prince possesses immense strength, once single-handedly slaying a fierce tiger. My curiosity got the better of me, so I couldn't help but look a little longer. Lu Kai beamed with pride at my flattery. Cui Yi shot me a glance. She turned to Lu Qi. Is that true? Lu Qi straightened his expression. Of course. He pouted slightly. I didn't tell Miss Cui because I feared you'd look down on me as a rough man. Cui Yi smiled sweetly. How could that be? Ah Yi greatly admires brave warriors. Her attitude toward Lu Kai softened as she invited him to join the lantern riddle guessing. The riddles had been set up long ago. Rows of lanterns hanging from the bow. Xiaolin had ordered extra prizes added for everyone's amusement. I bowed apologetically. My knowledge is limited. I'll refrain from participating. I'll accompany you. Zhang Yihan approached, noticing my clenched hands. Are you cold? I shook my head. I kept feeling several intense gazes fixed on me, making me feel very uncomfortable. Cui Yi called out from a short distance away. Young Master Jiang, aren't you coming either? It'll be so boring with just us few. Zhang Yihan seemed ready to refuse, but I urged him. Go play, even though I don't know how. I want a prize too. I pointed at a charming golden Qilin figurine. I want that one. Could Brother Jiang win it for me? He flushed at being called brother, though his lips curved into an unguarded smile. Sure. He strode purposefully toward the game, clearly determined to win. The bow of the boat was bustling with noise, so I turned and headed for the quieter second floor. The painted boat was exquisitely crafted, with carved railings and painted beams. Reflections of neon lights shimmered and sparkled, gazing toward the shore. I heard the sounds of laughter and merriment. I thought to myself, having lived 2 lifetimes, when had I ever witnessed such a prosperous era? Lost in these reflections, I suddenly felt a weight on my shoulder as a thick, black feather-lined brocade cloak was draped over me. A hand warmer was offered. following the hand-warmer upward. I saw Xiaolin's slightly pale face. I curled my lips. Your Highness seems to need these more than I do. With that, I pulled off the cloak and tossed it into Xiaolin's arms. He made no protest, merely shook his head gently and stood beside me. From the second-floor corridor, we could see the crowd on the first-floor bow engaged in a poetry contest. Each displayed unique brilliance, their quick wit evenly matched. But in true poetic talent, Cui Yi held the edge. In my past life, our interactions were scarce. Yi assumed her refusal to become the crown prince's concubine marked her as a woman of principle. Yet now, seeing her laugh until she bent over, leaning into Lu Chi's embrace, I realized I'd been wrong. She was a woman who craved every man's adoration at her feet. I'd heard Xiaolin, and she had known each other since childhood sweethearts. Had I not interfered in my past life, they would have been a perfect match, a union made in heaven. I suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, if you truly care for her, why not ask for Miss Cui's hand in marriage sooner rather than later? This way, Cui Yi could be spared a lifetime of suffering. Xiaolin, you want me to marry Cui Yi? He glanced in the direction I was looking and replied indifferently. But my marriage has never been my own decision. I smiled helplessly. Who among us hasn't faced this? At least men have court affairs to occupy them, and they can take concubines. We women are confined to our small courtyards, enduring daily torment under a man who despises and mocks us. We fell silent, neither speaking for a long while. Suddenly, a larger, more splendid vessel approached, its deck filled with the sweet strains of silk strings and the graceful sway of dancers. When I recognized the distinguished guest at the bow, I turned to Xiaolin and said, Your Highness, your trouble has arrived, Prince Qi. Xiaowei, the man Xiaolin detested most. His mother, Consort Li, enjoyed immense imperial favor. When Xiaolin was crown prince, the two vied fiercely for the throne. Even after Xiaolin ascended the throne, Prince Qi, backed by his powerful maternal clan, continued to obstruct him at every turn. Xiaolin once gritted his teeth and told me, One day, I will kill him. Alas, I died too soon. Before my death, this mother and son were still running rampant. In moments, Prince Qi's vessel drew alongside, and the two ships were lashed together. The Prince of Qi was wrapped in a silver fox fur robe, adorned with a golden crown and jade pendants, and clad in a purple brocade robe ivory detail radiating opulence. Xiaolin sneered. My second brother certainly has a lavish vessel. The Prince of Qi didn't flinch at the sarcasm. Spotting me behind Xiaolin, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. So this is the beauty my imperial brother risked his life to save. I was astonished. When had Prince Qi recognized me? In my past life, we were uncle and sister-in-law, was the crown prince's sworn enemy. As crown princess, I had always kept my distance from him. Only during palace banquets on major holidays would we exchange polite greetings. I curtsied. Xiaolin raised his hand. He spoke with scorn. Even strangers observe proper etiquette. How can my brother be so insolent? This was a subtle jab at Prince Qi for not having paid his respects. Feeling unjustly singled out, Prince Qi pursed his lips. Yet he had no choice but to bow deeply. Your Imperial Highness, your humble brother greets you. He was made to remain bowed for a full moment. Rise. Cui Yi stepped forward with a smile. Prince Qi, what brings you here? Prince Qi smiled faintly. I saw the lively scene aboard your vessel, Your Majesty. My curiosity got the better of me. So I couldn't resist coming to see, he inquired. Are you solving lantern riddles? Cui Yi nodded. Indeed, Your Highness. Would you care to join us? Prince Qi glanced at the prizes before Cui Yi and chuckled. I'm no match for you, gentlemen. He produced a jade flute from somewhere. but I'd be happy to add to the fun. Let's play archery instead." He then turned to Shaolin. "Your Majesty, might you offer a prize for everyone?" Shaolin drew a jade pendant from his sleeve. Prince Qi looked surprised and laughed. "But this was bestowed by Her Majesty the Empress for the future crown princess. Are you truly willing to part with it?" I glanced at it. This jade pendant was unfamiliar to me. He usually kept gifts from the Empress carefully stored away, rarely displaying them. Was Shaolin bringing this out to use as an opportunity to give it to Cui Yi? Shaolin shrugged indifferently. "It's just a jade pendant." They called for attendants to prepare the archery equipment. Because of Prince Qi's earlier remark, all the young nobles present were tactful, deliberately missing their shots. Cui Yi fixed her gaze on the jade pendant, determined to win it. When my turn came, I deliberately missed every single one of my 10 arrows. I'd never been good at this game. Using the excuse of changing clothes, I slipped away to the stern. This spot was relatively quiet, far from the clamor. After sitting for a while, I was about to return when a familiar voice suddenly reached my ears. "Your imperial sister-in-law." I froze, stiff as a board. I turned slowly after a moment, forcing a smile. "Your Highness." "Prince Qi." I glanced around. "Were you speaking to me just now?" Prince Qi's gaze was dark and piercing, fixed on me. "Indeed." After a pause, he curved his lips. "Your imperial sister-in-law before." Heart plummeted. 1,000 thoughts flashed through my mind. But before I could speak, he added teasingly, "I thought His Majesty had taken a fancy to you. Judging by this, he still favors Miss Cui." "Ha!" I guessed wrong again. I cautiously asked, "What do you mean, Your Highness?" Prince Qi stood with his hands behind his back, swaying his head as he spoke. I said, "His Royal Highness risked his life to save you. I mistakenly thought he was deeply in love with you. I spoke too soon. He actually gave the jade pendant to Miss Cui." I breathed a sigh of relief. That damn Xiao Wei, taking such a deep breath, scared the life out of me. I cursed him 1,000 times in my heart, but dared not show it on my face. I only said, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has always liked Miss Cui. Saving me was a twist of fate. Is that so?" I still don't believe it. Prince Qi approached me. The corridor was barely 2 feet wide enough for one person, but 2 felt cramped. I watched him warily. He stood less than a foot away, his fingers lifting my chin. Out of nowhere, he remarked, "She's not exactly stunningly beautiful. Why is she so favored?" Then, lowering his voice, he looked at me with a hint of amusement. "Tell me, if you were to fall into this icy lake, what do you think the Crown Prince would do?" I stared at him in shock. Just then, someone called out, "Li Xiyin." I spun around, my elbow jabbing into Prince Qi. Completely unprepared, he toppled backward and plunged into the lake. Panicked, I cried out, "Help! Prince Qi has fallen into the water." The servants were thrown into a fluster. The one calling my name from the corridor had been Zhang Yihan. Shaolin stood behind him, watching the scene unfold with a meaningful gaze. "Are you all right?" Zhang Yihan rushed over anxiously, grabbing my wrist. I shook my head. "I'm fine." But His Highness, the Prince of Qi, lost his footing and fell. Servants had already jumped in to rescue him. His heavy robes kept him from surfacing, and he flapped like a drowning duck. "Someone, help me." Gurgle, gurgle. Zhang Yihan pulled me to safety. A crowd gathered at the bow, watching the servants rescue Prince Qi. They were all anxious, shouting useless instructions. Shaolin, however, remained calm and composed. After great effort, they pulled the Prince of Qi out of the water. He coughed up water and cursed. "Li Xiyin, how dare you harm this prince?" I looked terrified. "Your Highness lost your footing yourself. How can you blame me? It was you. Cough. You pushed this prince. His coughing left him gasping for breath, his words broken and incomplete. Cui Yi questioned. Your Highness wasn't drunk. How could you lose your footing? I replied, if your Highness wasn't drunk, how could I possibly push a grown man? Besides, the Crown Prince and young Master Jiang both saw it. I didn't push anyone. Cui Yi sneered. Zhang Yihan is your fiancé. Of course he'd defend you. Xiaolin clenched his fist to his lips and gave a light cough. I saw it too. It had nothing to do with Miss Li. Cui Yi, her pride wounded. Flushed with embarrassment. You, her anger, stifled by Xiaolin, found no outlet and spilled into wild accusations. Li Xiyin, you're quite the talent. First, the Crown Prince was injured for you. Now, Prince Qi has fallen into the water because of you. Are you some kind of disaster magnet? Why does misfortune follow you wherever you go? In a past life, Li Xiyan would have felt deeply wronged and fought to clear her name. But having witnessed countless palace intrigues between the Empress and Consort Li, experience taught me that when faced with unreasonable accusations, silence speaks volumes and avoid inevitably step in to defend me. I lowered my head, biting my lip, holding my breath. Cui Yi, seeing this, grew more animated. Why aren't you speaking? Aren't you known for your silver tongue? If you didn't do it, then explain yourself clearly. Who are you putting on this act for? A cold voice cut her off. Cui Yi. Miss Cui. The two exclamations rang out almost simultaneously. Zhang Yihan stepped forward, shielding me. Miss Cui. Miss Li is an upright woman. If she says she didn't do it, then she didn't. How dare you humiliate her like this? She is my future wife. She owes His Royal Highness the Crown Prince a debt of gratitude for saving her life. I will repay that debt with my utmost effort. Cease your relentless harassment. With that, he slipped his arm around my shoulder. Let's go. He led me away, watching his stern, furious expression. My heart felt warm. Truthfully, Cui Yi's words hadn't hurt me at all. Yes, I had pushed Prince Qi. Yes, the Crown Prince had been injured for my sake. So what? She was just a little girl. Did she think a few harsh words would break my heart? Make me weep? Am long past caring about others' opinions. Yet Jiang Yihan's actions today did soothe my heart a little. A man willing to publicly defend you before everyone. Willing to repay debts on your behalf. Marrying him might not be such a bad choice after all. I reassured him. Don't worry. I didn't take it to heart. Zhang Yihan wrapped his arms around me and solemnly promised. Xiyin, trust me, once you marry me, no one will ever bully you again. After the Lantern Festival lake outing, both the Crown Prince and Prince Qi fell ill. One suffered a relapse of an old injury, vomiting blood that very night. The other caught a severe cold, bedridden for a month. When my father heard Prince Xi's fall into the water was connected to me, his hand came down inches from my face. Li Xiyin, marry someone and get out of here immediately. Fearing the slightest mishap to the two princes, he visited them daily. Seeing his deep worry, I sought out Xu Laogui, the renowned physician who had treated me in my past life. In that life, a sword had pierced my lower abdomen. My condition was beyond hope, and my father had prepared to abandon treatment. Fortunately, Xiao Huan, the maid who had served me since childhood. Xiao Huan had once suffered a severe illness as a child, which old Xu had cured. Old Xu was eccentric, practicing medicine for the poor in back alleys and rarely seen otherwise. Xiao Huan ran far to find him, then coaxed him by claiming my illness was a rare condition before he agreed to examine me. Old Xu's medical skill was extraordinary, and his prescriptions bold. He mentioned needing rare herbs, likely found only in the mansions of high officials and nobles. My father quickly devised a plan. immediately going to the palace to plead his case and request the emperor grant the medicine. When I recovered that year, old Su told my mother, Miss Li has injured her lower abdomen, making conception difficult. But fear not, with proper rest for several years, once she fully recovers, this old man will prescribe another potent remedy. There is still a chance she may conceive at the time. My father was arranging my marriage to the crown prince, so my mother dared not speak of it. Because of this, after 7 years as crown princess, I still bore no child. The empress forced me to drink countless fertility potions. I brought old Su to the hunting grounds. Shaolin's face was pale as he quietly allowed his pulse to be taken. He casually asked, "Did you examine Prince Qi?" Old Su replied, "I'll go see him after this." Old Shu examined the wound on Shaolin's chest, scrutinized it carefully, then swiftly wrote out a prescription. In my opinion, the imperial physician's medication was largely correct, but they were overly cautious. Had they prescribed stronger medicine and lifted the crown prince's spirits, we wouldn't have dragged this out until now. Comforted, Shaolin was uncomfortable. True enough, constantly guarding against a father and brothers who were 800 times cunning who could feel comfortable. Shaolin suddenly asked, "Old master, what do you make of this Miss Li's condition?" Su Laogui glanced at me briefly. She's in excellent health. Her complexion is rosy, her qi and blood abundant. She could easily bear 10 or 8 children. Shaolin looked thoughtful. Me. Is that how you evaluate an unmarried girl? He had someone lead old monster Shu to meet the Prince of Qi, but kept me behind. Shaolin called out to me, "Stay away from Xiao Wei." I knew Prince Qi was his sworn enemy. He disliked anyone getting close to him. If I could, I wouldn't want any ties to Prince Qi either. He smiled sweetly on the outside, but was full of scheming on the inside. But wasn't this what my father feared? I had to put on a show, endure until my marriage. Once I married Jiang Yihan, my father wouldn't be able to control me anymore. After a moment's thought, I replied, "Your Highness should focus on protecting yourself. This lifetime." Neither he nor Cui Yi had married. Who knew what storms might arise? Shaolin paused. What? Am I in danger? I extended my hand and snapped my fingers. Indulging in beauty. Shaolin scoffed. Ridiculous. Absurd. I was baffled. Was he unaware of his own nature? You may not have many women, but your desires are terrifyingly strong. In a month, excluding those days, you clung to me at least 12 times. Is that not indulging in beauty? Oh, perhaps I'm not beautiful enough. I couldn't be bothered to argue. Believe it or not. It's up to you. I rose and left. Old Dr. Shu returned from Prince Qi's residence only to be summoned by the emperor. A palace attendant arrived, announcing the emperor wished to see me. The emperor, having heard of old Dr. Shu's extraordinary medical skill, summoned him for consultation. When I arrived, old Dr. Shu sat frowning in deep thought. The emperor asked him, "How many years remain for me?" Old Dr. Shu replied, "It's hard to say. At best, 10 years. At worst, 5. The eunuch beside him gasped in shock and snapped, "Silence. You quack. What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Laogui showed no fear. "Your Majesty, cold toxins have invaded your lungs and heart. If this humble subject can cure it, your life may be prolonged. But if the cold disease has penetrated your bones, then it's hard to say." I was startled. This Su Laogui really had some skill. In my past life, the emperor had succumbed to a mere cold, passing away abruptly before his death. The crown prince and Prince Qi had exhausted their brotherly bonds, locked in a bitter struggle to the death. In the end, Shaolin proved the more cunning, ascending the throne without difficulty. The emperor waved him away. After a moment's pause, he turned to me and smiled. You see, even without your words, I could learn the truth from others. My heart was filled with mixed emotions. How to put it? In my previous life, I had gone to the palace to pay my respects on the day the emperor passed away. He had briefly regained consciousness and, seeing me kneeling by his bedside, asked with concern, "Have you quarreled with the crown prince again?" I replied that I hadn't. He sighed and said, "Liner, it's all my fault for not teaching you properly. Back then, father and son distrusted each other." I sensed the emperor yearned to share heartfelt words with his son. Returning to the Eastern Palace, I urged Shaolin, "The emperor misses you deeply. Go see him." Shaolin entered the palace that day. That very night, the emperor passed away. Shaolin, being present at court, immediately sealed off the Prince of Qi's residence before summoning ministers to audience. By the time the Prince of Qi learned the news, it was too late. I earnestly urged, let physician Shu exert himself further. The emperor's enduring blessings would be a blessing for the realm. Had the emperor lived several more years, Shaolin would not have faced such strain, nor been suffocated by the pressure of the 3 imperial in-laws, causing the court and the realm to tremble in fear. The emperor nodded upon hearing my words. Very well. For the sake of your filial devotion, he rewarded old Shu with treasures and granted him honorary status at the Imperial Medical Academy, allowing him free access. After settling these matters, the emperor's tone shifted. You once claimed someone sought to frame the crown prince during the hunt, yet nothing has transpired. I had prepared my response. In the dream, His Royal Highness hunted a deer. Your Majesty rejoiced, distributing venison to princes and ministers, and bestowing deer blood wine. Since His Highness did not hunt today, there was no deer, no wine naturally. Nothing occurred. The Emperor, he ordered attendants to bring forth. As it happens, my Imperial Guard commander shot a stag. I glanced over. The stag was enormous, with legs stretching nearly 10 feet long. No wonder Shaolin boasted of his prowess back then, letting his guard down in triumph only to be exploited. But judging by this, he wasn't all that formidable. What he could do, the Imperial Guard commander could do too. Perhaps in my past life, the Imperial Guard commander refrained from acting out of deference to the Crown Prince's dignity, giving him a chance to shine. The Emperor continued. What did you just say? The Emperor is overjoyed, sharing venison and bestowing deer blood wine. With a wave of his hand, he summoned an eunuch. Attendant, see to it. The eunuch froze, cautiously asking, but His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and His Royal Highness Prince Qi, are they able to drink? Both men were in poor health. The Emperor shot him a cold glance. The eunuch immediately bowed his head and hurried off to carry out the order. I said nothing. They were the Emperor's sons after all. If the Emperor didn't care, why should I? An outsider with grudges against both of them. Speak up. The Emperor also bestowed upon me a piece of meat and a cup of wine. I took them back, intending to give them to my brother patrolling the outer perimeter of the Imperial residence. He lacked the ability to join the Imperial Guards and likely wouldn't receive any rewards. This venison and wine might help him gain some respect among his comrades. My brother was astonished to receive the wine and meat, wanting to share it with his colleagues. After delivering them, I prepared to return to the inner palace quarters for the women. My brother offered to escort me back, but his superiors forbade it, fearing he might break protocol and offend the nobles. To spare him embarrassment, I said, "It's fine. It's just a few steps." But I never imagined that in those few steps, disaster would strike. Someone pulled a hood over my head, knocked me unconscious, and tossed me into the wild woods. I strained to recall. but the pain in the back of my neck was excruciating, and I remembered nothing. The cold wind howled, twisted branches lashed wildly, and the occasional screech of a night owl pierced the darkness. Who the hell was this bastard? Dumping me in this wilderness in the dead of night. What difference was it from killing me outright? Did they want me to be devoured by wild beasts? Even with the moon high overhead, the tangled thorns made the path impossible to see. After searching for a long time, I spotted trampled marks in the thorns. Following those traces, I made my way out step by step. Having lived 2 lifetimes, I'd never encountered such a predicament, though it was early spring. The night wind remained bitterly cold. My clothes offered no protection against the bone-chilling chill that seeped into my body. A wolf's howl echoed in the distance, soon followed by others in rapid succession. Hearing them so close, I broke out in a cold sweat. I ran frantically, unsure how long, until my legs grew numb and heavy. I sensed an animal following me, rustling in the grass. Despair gripped me. Was I truly destined to meet my end in the jaws of wolves tonight? No, I had barely escaped death once before. Now, with a new life within reach, I hadn't lived enough. I wanted to be with my mother and sister. I wanted a warm home. I wanted to live properly. The sounds behind me grew louder, heavy panting. It was definitely a beast, waiting for my strength to fail. I dared not stop to rest, dragging my heavy legs forward. Suddenly, the sound of hooves reached my ears. Someone was calling. Li Xiyin. Miss Li. Overwhelmed with joy and fear, I shouted, "I'm here." But my strength was gone, my voice hoarse and faint. Distant flames flickered. Behind me, the eerie green eyes seemed unwilling to give up. Closing in, panicked. I shouted, "Help! I'm here." The firelight drew nearer. The lone wolf lunged, its jaws snapping. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows pierced the air, pinning the attacking wolf to the ground. Several ironclad Imperial guards appeared, torches aloft, led by none other than Shaolin. He leapt from his horse and rushed toward me, his voice urgent. "Xiyin." My legs gave way beneath me, darkness swirling before my eyes. I had a very long dream. In the dream, I was still the crown prince's consort, because I had voluntarily stepped down. Shaolin was punished by the emperor with a cane. Upon his return, he confined me to my chambers, forbidding me to leave. The people in the Eastern Palace were all opportunists, and the food they served grew increasingly unpalatable. My taste buds had grown dull. So I discussed with Xiaohuan the idea of cooking in a copper hot pot. Xiaohuan didn't know how to tend the charcoal and nearly set the bedchamber ablaze. Amidst the swirling smoke, Shaolin waved his hand to clear his nose and walked in with a look of disgust. He sneered. "I admire your ingenuity, devising such a scheme to lure me here." I was baffled. Had confined me for half a month now, I couldn't even eat hot pot. To my astonishment, Shaolin sat down to share this meal with mean, unprecedented gesture. He was always aloof, expecting everything served to him. After dipping a few ingredients, his patience wore thin, demanding I serve him. When I picked cabbage for him, he was displeased. When I selected a piece of meat, he grew irritated, sarcastically praising my keen eyesight for spotting a sliver of meat no bigger than a fingernail. After that incident, our relationship thawed. He began visiting me for hot pot every few days. On my birthday, he arrived empty-handed, seeing others' gifts. His conscience pricked, and he insisted on giving me something. He led me to the peach trees in the rear courtyard of the Eastern Palace and dug up several jars of wine. He said it was peach blossom wine, had brewed himself at 15, incredibly precious, and wished to share it with me. The fragrance of peach blossoms intoxicated me, and I forgot how little I could drink. I took a small sip. That single cup was enough for Shaolin to witness my drunken state. He was utterly delighted. And the next day he brought pear blossom wine to tempt me. He gathered all manner of fruit-flavored wines from who knows where to coax me into tasting them. Finally, one day, he too fell under its spell. He stroked my cheek and murmured, "Seeing. This wine is rather enchanting." A jar of wine went straight to his head. And in a haze, he spent the night with me. He stopped mentioning Cui Yi, and for a brief time, we became a loving couple, inseparable and devoted. But the good times didn't last. After over a year in the Eastern Palace, I still hadn't conceived. The emperor and empress were displeased. So they bestowed 3 concubines upon the crown prince. Those concubines were one more troublesome than the next. They mocked me as a barren hen, claiming I monopolized the crown prince, yet failed to bear a legitimate heir. Their incessant turmoil left the Eastern Palace in constant upheaval. The empress, having heard someone's complaint, summoned me to the palace for a scolding. She accused me of jealousy and punished me by making me copy the admonitions for women. The budding hope I'd felt for love was thus extinguished. But what mistress hasn't endured such trials, even in noble families? Lifelong monogamy is rare, how much less so in royalty, compared to so-called favor. I valued my own head and my family's honor far more. When I began assigning concubines to share his bedchamber, Shaolin flew into a rage. Was he the sort to tolerate such arrangements? Had guarded me, his crown princess, with utmost suspicion from the start. He smashed things in my chambers and refused to speak to me for months. Within 2 years, those concubines were either dead or gone. Once they were gone, Shaolin pestered me to bear him an heir. He raged. "You took the crown prince's position, why? Won't you give me a legitimate son?" I didn't know then that I was infertile. After years of failing to conceive, I endured the empress' relentless scolding until I could barely bear it. All I wanted was to survive. I cried, "Go find a concubine to bear your child. You can even give it to me to raise." Shaolin refused. "I only want a legitimate son born of you." Shaolin's own mother had died young. He was raised by the empress. He harbored an obsession with having a legitimate firstborn son. During my years as crown princess, my greatest daily torment besides strategizing how to handle the empress was Shaolin himself. Later, the concubines bestowed by the empress were dismissed by him. Those gifted by Consort Li were killed by his hand. He publicly declared, "The crown princess and I are husband and wife. No outsiders shall intrude." Yet it was he who feared spies planted among his entourage, forcing me to bear the stigma of jealousy. He too knew jealousy. When I said my mother missed me and begged him to let her visit the palace, he was always reluctant. He said, "You're just a bastard-born girl. Not even your own mother gave birth to you. What does she have to miss?" The Empress Dowager is always so stern, having never received his birth mother's love. He slanders others in this way. I grew rare anger. "I'm a concubine's daughter. And so are you, or both the same?" Shaolin stared wide-eyed, seeing me talk back for the first time. After a moment, he chuckled and pinned me beneath him. "Exactly. That's why we need to produce a legitimate firstborn S.O.M. Thoughts were fragmented as I drifted in and out of sleep, enveloped in warm, soft comfort. Someone was touching my face. The calloused fingertips grazing my cheek tickled strangely. I pushed him away, and he sensibly withdrew his hand. After a while, he leaned in suddenly and whispered softly in my ear, "Your birthday is coming up soon. What gift would you like?" I lifted my heavy eyelids. It was Shaolin. His outer robe remained unfastened, suggesting he'd just returned from the palace. My head felt heavy, and I blurted out, "I want my mother to come to the palace to keep me company." Shaolin paused, his voice rough after a long moment. Very well, Dots. Easily persuaded. Surprised. I tried to confirm if the person before me was truly Xiaolin. He wore a jade crown and a dragon-embroidered robe indeed, the attire of the crown prince. The dark, shimmering gold-embroidered canopy and dim lighting resembled his chambers in the Eastern Palace. It seemed I was still dreaming. He stared at me intently, his gaze piercing. I sighed. That was his one flaw. He was overly particular. Whenever I asked him for something, I always had to flatter him. I reached up, hooked my arm around his neck, tilted my face upward, and pressed my lips firmly against his. Is that enough? Xiaolin froze. Suddenly, his expression turned fierce. He cupped my chin and kissed me viciously. Not enough. His kiss was urgent and overwhelming, greedy as if he hadn't touched me in centuries. His teeth grazed my lip, and I gasped in pain. Ouch. Be gentle. Xiaolin immediately pulled away. His breath was uneven, his cheeks flushed, his eyes deep and misty, as if I had wronged him. Seen. He murmured my name, pressing his lips softly against my cheek. This time, he was unexpectedly gentle and compliant. I responded slowly. The heavy python-patterned robe proved cumbersome. My arms grew numb and weak, unable to wrap around his neck. Closing my eyes, I reached to unfasten his outer robe, rarely yielding. He grasped my hand and pressed it against his chest. His resistance was half-hearted, yet his lips refused to part. I felt suffocated. Just then, a sudden chill swept through the air. Your Highness, the suspect has been apprehended. The intruder was reckless. Charging straight to the screen, Xiaolin immediately released me, spreading his wide sleeves to cover my face. He barked sharply. Out. Oh. The man retreated sheepishly, his footsteps quickening. Xiaolin gathered his sleeves, and light flooded back into my vision. Rest well, he murmured soothingly. No one will disturb you again. Exhausted. I rolled over and hugged the quilt. All right. He sat silently for a moment, tucked the quilt around me, then left. After he departed, the room fell silent, and I slept soundly. When I awoke the next day, I found myself in a side chamber of the imperial retreat. A palace attendant said, Miss Li, you're awake. You must have drunk too much last night. You wandered into the wild woods all alone. I wandered into the wild woods alone, the attendant replied. Yes. If your brother hadn't come looking out of concern, His Majesty wouldn't have known. The confusion deepened. So my brother asked His Majesty to send people to find me. The attendant nodded. Indeed. Who else but His Majesty could mobilize the Imperial Guards? How could this be? Someone clearly knocked me unconscious with a club and dumped me there. As a frail woman. Could I have run that far? Not to mention leaving the Imperial retreat required passing through multiple guard posts. Could His Majesty be covering it up to protect my reputation? The palace attendant continued. His Majesty sent Physician Shu to treat you. He said you're fine and just need a few days' rest. The Emperor felt sorry for your fright and specially ordered your brother to escort you home. She pointed to a bundle. Here. This servant has packed your belongings. The Emperor's word is law. I had no choice but to rise and return home. Just as I stepped out of the palace, someone suddenly blocked my path. Li Xiyin. Prince Qi stood before me, dismissing his attendants. I curtsied. Your Highness. Prince Qi. He sidestepped with a light laugh. I cannot accept such formalities from my sister-in-law. My eyebrow twitched, and I forced a smile. Your Highness teases me again. Teasing. Prince Qi slowly approached me. The teenage Li Xiyin, who dared push me into the lake. I didn't know if he was testing me or truly knew something. I sidestepped him and walked away. He called coldly from behind. Are you sure you don't want to know the real cause of your death? I followed him to a secluded spot. I asked, "What do you know?" "Your Highness." He spoke slowly. "I know everything." He tapped his fan against his palm. "In your past life, you were the crown prince's consort, then empress. You bore a child, loveless. Shaolin had him killed, but he gazed shot venom at him. I carried a wound too deep to expose. That wound was my child. After becoming empress, not only did the Dowager Empress and Shaolin pressure me to bear an heir, but even the court officials began their incessant nagging. Their petitions constantly invoked the nation's destiny and the heir apparent. They urged Shaolin to expand the harem and hold new imperial selection ceremonies. Shaolin refused, citing the incomplete mourning period. So one after another, people approached me, urging me to select consorts for the emperor and push their daughters into the palace. Night after night, I couldn't sleep. Every morning, I woke to a chorus of condemnation. Mother came to visit me in the palace, bringing a prescription. She said old Shu was dead, and this formula was written by his disciple. His disciple was no match for him, and this potent medicine might harm my body. I had no choice. After taking the strong medicine, I took the rare initiative to seek out Shaolin. I drank until I passed out. Before long, I became pregnant. I was extremely careful, yet I still couldn't prevent it. At 4 months, the child was lost. Shaolin flew into a rage, punishing the late emperor's former retainers with brutal severity and executing numerous palace attendants. In this palace upheaval, he crushed the Empress Dowager's clan, placed Consort Li under house arrest, barred Prince Qi from entering the palace to visit, and thoroughly purged the harem. This action sent the court and the realm into an uproar, with heated debate erupting everywhere. At that time, Prince Qi, consumed by hatred, rushed into the palace to tell me Shaolin's actions were merely a ploy using the child in my womb. He allowed the Empress Dowager to torment me and kill this child solely to suppress the imperial in-laws. I pulled my thoughts from the memory and sneered. And in all this, were there no hands of your own, mother and son? The loss of the child, the Empress Dowager certainly bore the primary blame. But did Consort Li not intervene when Shaolin punished her so harshly? I couldn't control it. But that doesn't mean I was completely unaware. Prince Qi froze for a moment. He didn't answer, quickly turning his head. In any case, your death was suspicious. If you trust me, we can join forces. What do you mean my death was suspicious? I recall being perpetually ill after losing the child, when my mother brought my younger sister to visit me in the palace. Shaolin reprimanded her. Immediately after, he demoted my father and brothers. I begged him to spare them, but he refused. Indeed, he could suppress even his own birth, mother's kinth empress, maternal clanlet alone, his wife's family. Only then did I realize the man beside me was a cold-blooded monster. Despair gradually consumed me, draining my vitality day by day. I finally succumbed to depression and passed away. Wasn't that the cause of my death? Could I have been framed? Prince Qi shook his head. After your death, I investigated and discovered you didn't die of illness, you were poisoned. So I suspect Shaolin administered the poison. I shook my head and laughed bitterly. He didn't kill me when I was crown princess. He waited until I was nearly dead from illness. That excuse is far too flimsy. Prince Qi spoke steadily. What if he intended to marry Cui Yi? My laughter froze. Prince Qi glanced at my bundle. Li Xiyin. You don't know yet, do you? The one who abandoned you in the wilderness last night was Lu Chi. Kai. I had no grudge against him, but on Lantern Festival night, I had offended Cui Yi. So last night's peril was Cui Yi trying to harm me. You stood in his way. Naturally, he wouldn't let you off. Prince Qi drew nearer, extending his invitation once more. So, will you join forces with me? After all, I am the ultimate victor. I pondered his words carefully. He is the ultimate victor. Does that mean Shaolin from my past life died? At his hands. I didn't speak of death, only asked. Why would you ally with me? In terms of family, my Li clan is declining. My father and brothers have limited prospects. They can't help you. Prince Qi shook his head lightly. But you are favored. He smiled faintly. The emperor favors you greatly. In the past life. It was with your support that Shaolin seized the throne at the critical moment. Was it not? So that was the reason. He believed I could sway the emperor's heart. I shook my head in refusal. But in this life, I am already betrothed to another. I have no desire to return to the palace. I cannot help you. I looked at him. In the past life, I was empress once already. It was utterly meaningless. Besides, since you too have been reborn, you must know I cannot bear children. How can a barren woman be empress? Prince Qi froze. I curtsied in farewell. I take my leave as I reach the corridor. I suddenly turned back. Oh, Prince Qi Yi. You know what will happen to Consort Li in her 50th year, don't you? I hope you'll prepare defenses in advance. Prince Qi frowned deeply. I was certain. Prince Qi hadn't been reborn. When I said I couldn't bear children, he hesitated. Yet he knew full well my infertility stemmed from that sword wound. Without that injury in this life, things would naturally be different. When I mentioned the great event at Consort Li's 50th birthday, he looked bewildered and anxious. If he had been reborn, how could he not know that Consort Li's 50th birthday banquet marked the zenith of his mother and son's power? So the events he recalled must have been relayed by someone else. That reincarnated figure is someone else entirely. Yet one of his remarks held profound meaning. It expressed absolute certainty that he would be the ultimate victor. That implies, at least from that reincarnator's perspective, Shaolin ultimately did fall at the hands of Prince Qi. How peculiar. When I died in my previous life, Shaolin might not have been absolute in the court, but he had already dealt with Consort Li's family. How could he lose? I racked my brain but found no answers. Shaking my head in frustration, why should I worry about Shaolin? Much in this life differs from the last. I need only marry quietly and keep my distance from the imperial court. I left the imperial retreat. My brother awaited me, saying someone sought an audience. I was puzzled. The man wore coarse hemp robes, his face and hair somewhat tidied, yet the scars on his face remained unhidden. He was terribly thin, his cheeks hollowed, yet his eyes burned with intensity. It was Tang Yufeng. The emperor had kept his word and released him. He looked at me, pressed his lips together, then turned to my brother. Mr. Li, might I speak privately with your sister? My brother retorted sternly. Absolutely not. You are the murderer who tried to kill my sister, with my brother's refusal. He did not press further. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, your birth mother, Lady Chinin, what year did she pass away? And where is she buried? I replied calmly. She died when I was 3. She is buried in the Li family mausoleum. He fell silent, then suddenly smiled bitterly. So she only lived 5 years after leaving us. He was thinking of his mother. She was my mother. And his mother too. My heart ached. And I tried to comfort him. My legitimate mother said she endured great hardship her whole life. Her final years were better. She passed quickly from illness. My legitimate mother treated her concubines with kindness. She wouldn't lie to me. Tang Yufeng nodded. After a moment's silence, he said, forgive me. I have my reasons. I understood. As Shaolin's sole confidant, he naturally prioritized his master above all else. Saying I was the target and not dragging Shaolin into it was the best outcome possible. I considered it. Go back and rest your injuries. In time. I'll take you to pay respects to my mother. He nodded. All right. After he left, my brother looked utterly perplexed. See Yin, you're a daughter of the Li family. Even if your mother had some connection with him. That's all in the past. You're a young lady about to marry you. Can't have a relative like that. I smiled faintly. I know. Brother. You're afraid it would make us less close. It won't. My brother fumed. That's not what I meant at all. My brother wasn't the brightest, but he treated his siblings well. So I'd listened to him since childhood. He feared Tang Yufeng's background might tarnish me and invite gossip. Hence his persistent warnings. But he didn't know my tolerance, for Tang Yufeng stemmed from more than blood ties. In my past life, Tang Yufeng was the first person to show me kindness after I married into the Eastern Palace. In my first month as Crown Princess, no one in the Eastern Palace gave me the time of day. I'd never managed a household, let alone dealt with those cunning palace servants. My personal maid couldn't even fetch hot water. When I sought an audience with the Crown Prince, his attendant said he wished not to see me. In the dead of winter. It'd run all the way, cold and heartbroken, until I finally collapsed in a corner of the corridor, sobbing. Tang Yufeng happened to pass by. He waited nearby, dismissed the others, and let me cry my fill before approaching. He handed me a handkerchief. If the Crown Princess ever needs anything, you may come directly to me. He personally escorted me back. Afterward. Whatever he said must have worked, for the servants in the Eastern Palace grew much more restrained. Later, when Shaolin placed me under house arrest, he visited me every few days. Sometimes he brought pastries I loved. Other times fashionable trinkets from outside, fearing I'd grow bored. He even caught a kitten to bring me. As the kitten grew, it would pounce on Shaolin's clothes every time he visited. When Shaolin tried to pet it, the kitten would dash far away, fuming. Shaolin would point at it and curse. One day, I swear, I'll abandon you. Yet the cat Shaolin never had the heart to discard was ultimately killed by a concubine. In the depths of winter, drowned in an icy lake, the palace tolerates no innocence. Even a cat cannot escape vicious schemes. In our final days, Shaolin and I grew distant, never speaking. The only person willing to see me was Tang Yufeng. He visited more often than ever before, coming daily, as we chatted. Tears welled up. Guard Tang. I long for Xiao Huan's pastries. But Xiao Huan is gone. His heart ached. He'll seek out the old chef at the Li residence. Surely someone still knows how to make them. On the day I passed away, I ate the pastries he brought. They tasted just like the ones I used to have at home, sweet and comforting. My breath was faint, but I forced a smile. Tang Yufeng, thank you for seeing me off. I must go now. He couldn't bear to look away. Your Majesty, don't say such gloomy things. You'll get better, get better. Of course, because I was finally free. The last person I saw was Tang Yufeng. Throughout my 10 years of bitter marriage to Shaolin, he was the only one who treated me well from start to finish. So even though he was forced to harm me in this life, I am willing to forgive him. When I came to my senses, my brother was still nagging me to stay away from Tang Yufeng. Brother is warning you. Do you hear me? I nodded. I heard you. I wrapped my arms around his arm and smiled sweetly. I'm still closest to my brother. If you hadn't been so worried and begged His Majesty to send someone to find me, I doubt I'd have made it back alive. Big Brother frowned in confusion. What are you talking about? I only learned of this at dawn, without an imperial summons. How could I have appeared before His Majesty? Why would the Emperor deign to see a lowly patrol guard like me? Huh? So it wasn't my brother who asked the Emperor to send for me. Then why did the palace attendant packing my belongings say that? Could it have been Shaolin? But he couldn't mobilize the imperial guards either. I spent a few peaceful days at home, during that time. I heard Prince Qi had been reprimanded. The emperor was deeply dissatisfied with him. In my past life, Prince Qi served as the crown prince's foil. Relying on his dashing and charming nature, he had earned the old emperor's affection. How could knowing the full story this time around have angered the emperor instead? Thinking this way, that so-called reincarnated person clearly doesn't understand the depths of the palace's affairs either. But who could it be? Before I could ponder this further, a bolt from the blue struck. The Jiang family demanded to annul the betrothal, without any reason. My father cursed me, accusing me of stirring up trouble and bringing shame upon our family. This time, even my mother didn't stand by me. She coldly ordered me to confront Jiang Yihan. Plead for his mercy perhaps there was still a sliver of hope. My elder brother arranged a meeting with Jiang Yihan. He seemed deeply subdued, his eyes hollow. When our gazes met, he quickly looked away. Young Master Jiang, might you tell me the reason? The man who vowed to protect me on Lantern Festival, why had he changed so swiftly? Jiang Yihan forced a wry smile. There is no reason. My Jiang family is simply unworthy. I frowned. What? What kind of excuse was that? I'm merely the daughter of a deputy minister of works, with no heir to carry on my family line. His Jiang family, however, holds the rank of first-class marquis. The young men of his clan are rising rapidly. Several have been appointed as captains, and some have even joined the Imperial Guard. Wait, Imperial Guard? I asked suspiciously. Did one of your cousins say something? Jiang Yihan's eyes darkened. He slowly lifted his head and asked hoarsely, Do you truly love the crown prince? I froze. He gave a bitter laugh. So it's true. He turned away, unwilling to look at me. My cousin said that when Miss Li went missing late at night, the crown prince was frantic with worry. He personally led the Imperial Guard to search for her. He carried Miss Li onto his horse, carried her into the house. And even, they were intimate. Intimate. So that night wasn't a dream. The guard who burst in was his cousin. Jiang Yihan sneered. And me. How could I dare compete with the crown prince for her? I asked quietly. So did the Jiang family break off the engagement because the crown prince took a liking to me? Or because my behavior with him was too intimate? Jiang Yihan's eyes flickered. I nodded. I understand. I bowed to take my leave. After taking 2 steps, someone suddenly seized my arm. Li Xiyin. Jiang Yihan pleaded. Please cut ties with the crown prince. If you forget him, I'll marry you. I can accept that. I slowly pried his fingers apart. Trust is like fine porcelain. Once it cracks, it can never be fully mended. He clung to me, his grip tightening with resentment. So all your kindness toward me before was a lie. During the Lantern Festival, you argued fiercely with the crown prince for my sake. You gave me that jade pendant. You defied convention to hold me and comfort me. Was none of that real? Did you never truly care for me? I lowered my gaze. Of course I wanted to marry him. He was courteous and gentle. I longed to retreat to his small courtyard, emulating my mother, becoming a virtuous and dignified matriarch. No need for constant worry. No struggle for survival. Yet his greatest virtue was now the greatest barrier between us. He valued propriety and upheld moral order. Even if I promised never to see Shaolin again after marrying him, he would still harbor resentment. In the countless days to come, the memory of Shaolin's indecent advances toward me would gnaw at him like a bone stuck in his throat, giving him cause to lash out. A man's grudges do not fade with time. I had already experienced this situation in my past life. I tried to reason with him. Mr. Jiang, there are countless virtuous women in this world. Surely someone more suited to you than Xiyin exists. Since fate has not brought us together, let go. Jiang Yihan froze, his fingers loosening their grip. His deeply ingrained sense of propriety forbade him from humbling himself further, begging someone who didn't love him to stay, without a backward glance. I descended the mountain, failing to salvage the marriage. My father flew into a rage and struck me across the face. The blow sent stars dancing before my eyes. Yet he showed no mercy, ordering me sent to a nunnery atop the mountain that very night. He decreed I must remain there for the rest of my days. Perhaps it was for the best. The mountain temple was serene. Days spent chanting sutras and praying to Buddha. Free from constant fear for my life, it couldn't have been better. I brought nothing with me. Arriving at the convent alone, the elder nuns instructed me to bring out the damp sutras to air them in the sun, though it was merely moving books. I grew breathless with exhaustion and sat to rest on a large green stone. Suddenly, everything fell silent. I whirled around to find the nun who'd been helping me had vanished. A young man stood nearby. My father's slap had left my face swollen, blurring my vision. Squinting, I made out who it was. Your Highness. He frowned and walked over slowly. I flipped open a book. This is a nunnery. How did you get in? He didn't answer. Instead, he gently turned my face toward him, his expression filled with concern. What happened to your face? I turned my head away, flipping through the pages. I asked, Aren't you attending court today? Today is my day off. I thought for a moment. Is that right? It doesn't seem like it. I asked again. How is Tang Yufeng's health? Much better. Have they caught the culprit who abandoned me in the wilderness? Yes. He's in the prison. I glanced at him sideways. Today? He answered every question, obediently, so it was almost unsettling. I paused my work and asked with amusement, What brings you here today? Today is your birthday. He paused, then pulled out a small cloth bag filled with my favorite pastries and dried fruits. To see you. My eyelashes fluttered. I accepted the gift and fetched several small teacups from the room. Thank you for your kindness. Your Highness. Have some tea. He sat down across from me. He lifted a cup, took a sip, and immediately frowned, as a royal prince. He was accustomed to fine teas. This simple convent brew naturally didn't suit his palate. Setting the cup down, he looked at me. I could speak to your father on your behalf. Let you return home. I shook my head. Why go back? He dislikes me and beats me. Beast. Father was consumed by ambition and scheming. I had thwarted his plans. He could never look upon me kindly. Besides, if Shaolin interceded, he might just get ideas and repeat the mistakes of my past life. I took a bite of pastry and remarked casually, It's quite nice here in the mountains, peaceful and serene. All I need to do each day is chant sutras, recite Buddha's name, and air out the scriptures. How easy, rather than scheming and plotting in the world of dust, getting hurt all over. How I'd much rather wear coarse cloth and hemp robes, keeping company with ancient lamps and Buddha statues. Shaolin listened, clutching his teacup without a word. I glanced at him and teased, Your Highness, is your silence born of pity for my hardships here? He lifted his head, words on the tip of his tongue. An idea struck me. How about this? I suggested, Your Highness funds the construction of a nunnery. Will serve as its abbess. Each month, you'll provide offerings of incense, oil, and make charitable donations. Not only would I live comfortably, but no one would dare bully me. Shaolin hadn't expected such a suggestion. He chuckled. You dream big. If I were to let you become abbess. He tapped his finger on the table, pondering. Might I climb over the wall at night to visit secretly? My eyes widened, and I waved my hands frantically. Absolutely not. Your Highness is male. Visiting a nunnery at night would ruin your reputation. Shaolin looked displeased. He snorted softly. If that's the case, Why should I even bother funding it? This diversion lightened the mood considerably. We sat together in the simple thatched pavilion, gazing down at the valley below. Blue stone slabs paved the path. A stream murmured with cool springs. Mist veiled the pavilion bridge, and wildflowers bloomed in profusion. Behind us, a gentle breeze rustled the sutras. Before us, the world bustled with extraordinary liveliness. In my past life, I was forever confined within palace walls, even at grand court banquets. I remained perpetually on guard. Only when accompanying the king on his travels did I occasionally glimpse the mundane world through the carriage windows. I looked at Shaolin, who still gazed into the distance. He, too, seldom had such leisurely moments, when he could lower his guard and not ponder others' intentions. An inexplicable emotion prompted me to speak, urging him, "Your Highness, the Emperor truly cares for you. I my past life." The old emperor had deeply loved the son he had raised with his own hands. But he was a father, and more so, a sovereign. He could not reveal his affection or satisfaction. He loved the crown prince, yet feared him. He feared the prince would grow strong enough to challenge his authority. He feared even more that resentment might cloud the prince's heart, causing him to disregard his sovereign father. Thus, he could only protect the crown prince while simultaneously supporting Prince Cui Yi. When the emperor summoned me to the palace to admire paintings, he often murmured to himself, rambling on and on. He said I resembled the crown prince's birth mother, Consort Hui. We shared the same tender-hearted kindness, the same gentle and obedient nature. But he said I lacked Consort Hui's sharp wit. He also said he missed Consort Hui deeply. Had she still been alive, she would surely have cherished the child. And the crown prince's disposition would not have grown so cold and hard under his own upbringing. Back then, I was naive and naturally misinterpreted his words. I feared the emperor harbored improper intentions toward me, too frightened to respond, failing to grasp the deeper meaning behind his words. It was not until much later, that I understood the emperor had intended for me to deliver a message, as both sovereign and father. Certain truths were too difficult for him to voice directly. He could only entrust me, the crown prince's consort, to convey his words of comfort, that the crown prince need not live in constant fear like a startled bird, for his position was as secure as a mountain. But I was truly slow-witted. By the time I grasped the emperor's true intent, the succession struggle had reached its tense, final phase. In the end, it all culminated in the tragic outcome where father knew nothing of son, and son knew nothing of father. Shaolin stared at me and asked, "Why tell me all this?" Yes. Why tell him? What did his future have to do with me? Success or failure, we are no longer husband and wife. It won't be a matter of life and death like in my past life. Yet in my eyes, he is more suited to be emperor than Prince Qi, though ruthless in his methods. He at least holds principles. He could subdue the 3 powerful clans and restore peace to the court. Unlike Prince Qi, who was spun around by his maternal uncle's family, the empire in Shaolin's hands would surely be better than in Prince Qi's. That's my small hope as one among the masses, I casually explained. There's no reason. I just sense the emperor's affection for your highness. After that, I offered no further explanation. A gust of wind blew several scrolls of sutras away. I rose to gather them when a nun hurried over. "Miss Li, would you kindly write a few nameplates for us? We'll need them for a ritual in a few days." I accepted the task. They were wooden tablets, each engraved with a Bodhi seal on the back and a space 2 fingers wide on the front for names. Identification tokens. The nun handed me the register. I fetched the inkstone, paper, and brush, without a maid to assist. Grinding ink proved surprisingly laborious. I huffed and puffed at the task for ages. Shaolin remained silent, simply watching me with leisurely indifference. Suddenly irritated, I snapped. Your Highness, aren't you returning to the palace? He shrugged. It's rare to have such leisure. I'll stay a while longer. A plan struck me. I flattered him. Your Highness, having studied under renowned masters since childhood, your calligraphy must far surpass mine. Since you have free time, why not show us your skill? The nuns here would be overjoyed to know it was the Crown Prince's handiwork. Xiaolin's expression remained impassive, but the corners of his lips had already lifted. He reached out to me. The brush. I hurriedly handed it over. He opened the album and solemnly inscribed the names of everyone on the wooden tablets. Heh heh. Picked up a little servant might as well put him to use. I strolled over to continue flipping through the sun-dried sutras. After about half an hour, Xiaolin set down his brush. Done. I ran over to check each one. My gaze swept the room, then suddenly halted. A delicate wooden plaque, threaded with gold cord, dangled a tiny jade lotus. Li Xiyin. I blurted out. What's this? Xiaolin glanced at it dismissively. It's yours. I wrote it on a whim. My own ornaments happened to have a small lotus pendant. He actually thought I was referring to the jade lotus. I stared blankly at the plaque. Who is Li Xiyin? Xiaolin frowned. Are you? His gaze followed mine, and his expression shifted abruptly. Originally named Xiyin. Yes. Later. Father feared it would bring shame if recorded in the imperial registry. So he changed it. Why choose the C from Baosi? HMPH. Was your father subtly mocking me as King Yu of Zhou? Once, when we were deeply in love, chatting idly on the bed, he would twirl my hair between his fingers, pondering the meaning of my name. But now, it all had turned into 2 lifetimes of bloody confrontation. The SI of Baosi, I said, pinching the plaque and sneering. But my name is Li Xiyin the SI for 4th. I met Xiaolin's gaze and repeated. Who is Li Xiyin? Xiaolin pressed his lips together, locked in silent confrontation. Finally, he broke first. Closing his eyes, he sighed deeply, his voice weak as he murmured a few words. My wife. His voice was hoarse. My wife of 10 years. How laughable. I tried to force a smile, but it wouldn't come. Bitterly, I whispered. Why couldn't we have kept pretending? Any excuse would have sufficed claiming I'd made a mistake, and I would have convinced myself, even when I did already begun to suspect. I chose to deceive myself. I refused to face it. I refused to face the man of this life, the one who treated me with tenderness and defended me in everything still the same man he once was. The man who despised me in every way, who criticized me endlessly, who never stood up for me, who always left me suffering. Why? Why couldn't I endure until the end? Wouldn't it have been better to pretend we were strangers and go our separate ways? Why must we always rip open old wounds and confront the bloody truth? I could laugh and joke with the unfamiliar Xiaolin, treating it as if ID died once, letting go of past grievances. I could marry someone else, become a nunnery thing. I longed for a new life, but I cannot face the old me with ease. The grudges that stand between us, those painful memories belonging to 2 soul shaves spread from the past life into this one. Yin, he said, his voice heavy with sorrow. I've pretended long enough. His gaze was filled with grief. From the moment I first saw you at the Double Ninth Festival banquet, I wanted to tell you, but when I woke and saw the disgust on your face, I knew. You still hated me. Our past life was marred by misunderstandings. I thought this rebirth might be heaven's compensation. I pretended not to know you, treated you, gently hoping you'd see me differently. For that, I watched you defend another man. Seeing, I endured it all. He reached out, wanting to touch my temple, but I can't keep pretending anymore. I'm greedy. I don't want to stand from afar. I want to hold you, to be with you forever. Seeing. He sighed. We were husband and wife for 10 years. His warm fingers brushed my cheek. Only to be slapped away. My voice dripped with scorn. 10 years of marriage, you never cherished it. Now that I'm dead, you suddenly miss me. Memories of my past life flooded back, each one leaving me scarred and broken. On our wedding night, he left me alone, a solitary pillow beneath red candles, turning me into the palace's laughingstock. Only after the emperor's rebuke did he reluctantly share my bed. When I learned his heart belonged to Cui Yi, I petitioned for divorce. He was flogged, flew into a rage, and upon returning, confined me for half a month. After much effort, our relationship eased only for him to become a different man. To outsiders, he was always gentle as jade. Before me, he was sharp-tongued and cruel. Whenever we quarreled, I was always the one to apologize first. He never uttered a single conciliatory word. The empress never liked me, summoning me to the palace for scolding at the slightest provocation. He never spoke up for me directly, only teaching me schemes to deal with the empress at night. When the concubines bullied me, he told me to deal with them myself. But those were all people favored by the empress and consort Li. He couldn't easily punish them. What could I possibly do? Then there was the matter of bearing children. Knowing full well I was barren, he tormented me daily with his relentless demands for a legitimate heir. Driven to the brink of despair, I begged him to have a child with one of his concubines and give it to me. After his ascension, the Empress Dowager wielded immense power, persistently pushing to bring her niece into the palace. Buried in state affairs, he repeatedly refused. The Empress Dowager took her anger out on me, constantly berating me as a seductress who bewitched the emperor and disrupted court order. When I urged him to comply with the Empress Dowager, he turned his fury on me, demanding why I wouldn't stand united with him. I was nearly ground to death by the Empress Dowager, yet he remained blind to my suffering. I endured all this. After all, we weren't the only couple in this world with discord. But then, the child was lost. The Empress Dowager was merely reprimanded. Consort Li merely confined. He did not demand a single life for our child. In my final days, clinging to life by my devotion to my family, he barred them from entering the palace. And now he says he wants to be with me forever. It's the most laughable joke I've ever heard. I burst out laughing. My laughter grew louder, until I doubled over, tears streaming down my face. I crouched on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, the moon-white robes with cloud patterns stirred, and he slowly knelt before me. He reached out, his hand moving gently as if to wipe away my tears. I seized his wrist and bit down with all my strength. I wished I could tear a chunk of flesh from him to ease the hatred burning in my heart. My bite was deep, teeth sinking into flesh until numbness set in, the metallic taste of blood spreading across my tongue. Shaolin said nothing, merely furrowing his brow as he endured my fury. After what felt like an eternity, he finally withdrew his hand, wrapped his arms around my shoulders, and pulled my limp body into his embrace. He held me tightly, his voice choked with emotion. I'm sorry. Cian. I'm so sorry. Me heart felt like it was being sliced open. I pushed and struck him desperately, years of pent-up resentment finally bursting forth in a torrent of accusations. Why? Why did you torment each other if you didn't love me? Why couldn't you give me a shred of dignity? Why did you always push me to the brink of loving you, only to hurl me into the abyss? Shaolin. Why? Why did you do this? His body trembled, tears falling onto my neck. Tears streamed down my face. I hate you. Then I beg, you spare me this lifetime. Shaolin panicked, clutching me tightly. No. Seeing. Forgive me. I have my reasons. I refused to listen, pushing him away with all my strength. Suddenly, he said, "Don't you want to know why I never let your family enter the palace?" I froze, lifting my eyes to meet his. Having wept too long, tears pooled beneath my lashes. Blurring his face before me, grief-stricken, helpless, he drew a deep breath. "Because your parents and family didn't love you as much as you imagined after losing your child. You lay bedridden. Your mother brought your sixth sister to the palace. Did you think she came to visit you? No. She came to recommend her. They found a girl whose looks and age were identical to yours back then, scheming to replace you." As he spoke, his voice suddenly turned gritted and his words stumbled. My first wife had just lost her beloved son, still recovering from her illness. Yet they dared to send another bride. What kind of mother and sister would do such a thing? Your sister even volunteered herself, claiming she could bear a child for her elder sister. How laughable. Did they think I craved that youthful face? He paused. Tell me if I hadn't stopped them. Would I have stood by while they poured salt into your wounds, forcing you to accept your sister into the palace? As for your father, his voice turned icy. Seeing no hope in the harem, he set his sights on Prince Qi, becoming entangled with him. I did not wish to see him further entangled. So I exiled him. He gripped my shoulders, his tone grave. Seeing, you cherish your kin, believing they love you. Yet they do not regard you as family, only as a pawn to be exploited. They cling to you when you hold value, discard you when you do not. He paused, his voice tinged with sorrow. You were frail then. I didn't want to hurt you, so I hid the truth from you, never imagining it would only hasten the end of your will to live. That's how it was. In my past life, Mother brought my younger sister to the palace, constantly boasting how much she resembled me. She even said, if only my sister had a fraction of my fortune. I had mocked myself then, thinking, what fortune do I have? It turns out they had already set their sights on bringing my sister into the palace. They even intended for her to become empress. So, no one truly cared about me. Tears rolled down my cheeks. Shaolin wiped my tears with his finger and sighed. The greatest rift between us stems from that initial suspicion at the Double Ninth Festival banquet in my past life. You shielded me from the sword. The assassin vanished without a trace. Father grew suspicious of me, then forced our marriage. For a long time, I resented your humble origins, your family's inability to support me, severing my arm. Father trusted you too much. I even suspected you were a spy he placed beside me. In those early days, I treated you coldly and poorly, and you grew deeply disappointed in me. Later, when you petitioned for divorce, I investigated for a long time and finally discovered you were merely caught in the crossfire. Blocking that sword was an undeserved calamity. When I began to draw near, I discovered you had long ceased to trust me, refusing to entrust me with your true heart. He smiled bitterly. I know the Empress dislikes you, but I cannot oppose her. I need her maternal clan's influence to secure victory in the end. After all, we are one in marriage. If I fail, do you think they would spare you? As for the concubines, I am frustrated by their lack of resolve. How I wished you could deal with them yourself. But you were always too soft-hearted. I had no choice but to act. You blamed me for being ruthless, feared me, distanced yourself from me. But I had no other option. I could only ensure you had a semblance of freedom within the Eastern Palace, the only place I could control. I recall my past life, the crimson blood pooling when 2 concubines were beaten to death. The image flashes before my eyes whenever I close mine. I asked numbly, what about the child? My sole obsession was that hard-won child. Prince Qi raged, claiming Shaolin used the child in my womb as leverage to topple the Empress Dowager and Consort Li. I refused to believe it at first. Shaolin was obsessed with having a legitimate firstborn son. The child in my womb was the only one he'd fathered since their marriage. He would never use his flesh and blood as bait. But during that time, the Jiaofang Palace was sealed off completely by his men. Who could have entered? The Empress Dowager, who caused my miscarriage, faced little punishment in the end. Only several high-ranking officials from her maternal clan were demoted or exiled. Doubts began to creep in. Shaolin, seemingly helpless, pleaded, "Seeing, how could I harm our child? Don't you know how desperately I've longed for this baby? Besides, I don't insist on a legitimate heir. I only want you to bear a child so you can establish your footing. Mother and child supporting each other, that's the only way to prevent others from scheming against your status." Then who harmed the child? Shaolin. Do you remember Xiao Huan? Xiao Huan, my personal maid, who had accompanied me from childhood to becoming empress. After the child was lost, Shaolin severely punished the palace attendants. He told me Xiao Huan had been expelled from the palace. Prince Qi sent Xiao Huan's token to me, informing me, "Xiao Huan is dead. Shaolin killed her." Xiao Huanche was another reason I hated Shaolin. "I didn't kill her," Shaolin explained helplessly. "She took her own life," he said. "She was manipulated. Someone gave her poisoned soup prepared by Consort Li." The Empress Dowager merely gave the final push. When Xiao Huan learned the truth, she was overcome with regret and guilt toward you. She took her own life. Another misunderstanding. I closed my eyes and drew a deep breath. "Why didn't you tell me back then?" Shaolin gave a bitter smile. "You were bedridden then. The imperial physicians warned against any emotional strain. I always believed there would be a chance since ID dealt with everyone. I'd finally explain everything to you. I thought my SI Yin would understand. She was so easy to appease. Just a little more time, and our suffering would turn to joy. But alas, I never truly reached her heart. She wasn't easy to placate at all. Her magnanimity and obedience were merely repeated acts of self-sacrifice. She hated me so much, she refused to see me. Hated me so much, she wished she were dead." My nose stung fiercely, and a mist of tears blurred my vision. Though he was mere inches away, I couldn't see his face. After 2 lifetimes of entanglement, this might be the closest our hearts had ever been. We gazed at each other speechless, tears streaming down our faces. I lost track of time. The sun faded, the sky ablaze with brilliant hues. My tears had long since dried, my throat raw and hoarse. Half my body went numb when I tried to move. I realized Shaolin's right arm had been wrapped around me all along. I gently pushed him away and poured myself a cup of cold tea to soothe my throat. Running my fingers over the teacup, I recalled the Qi Prince's words about him being the ultimate victor. "How did you die in your past life?" A cold wind swept in. Shaolin clenched his fist, pressed it to his lips, and coughed. He evaded the question. 7 days after you left, Xiao Wei raised his sword and slew the emperor, killed by Prince Qi himself. I was puzzled. You weren't this frail in your past life. How could he have killed you? He even entered the palace hall with a sword. Didn't the eunuchs stop him? Where were you? Shaolin fell silent for a moment. At your memorial altar. He gave a helpless smile. I lingered at court for 7 days. That night, my heart and spirit were shattered, leaving me vulnerable to his attack. Earlier, Prince Qi had mentioned, my death seemed suspicious. I'd wonder hadn't Shaolin investigated my cause of death. Now I understood. Had been too grief-stricken to look into it. How absurd. I was already gone. What good would further grief do? Shaolin suddenly stood up, seized by a violent coughing fit, thinking he'd caught a chill. I handed him a cup of cold tea. Shaolin took it and drank, then suddenly leaned back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He collapsed into my arms, his blood staining my robes crimson. Helpless. I could only hold him and call for help. Soon, guards outside the courtyard gate rushed in, their faces pale with shock. Your Highness. They scrambled to carry Shaolin down the mountain, but he refused to go. He clutched my hand tightly, pleading, "Si Yin. Come back with me." I wrenched my hand free and looked away. "I told you, please spare me this lifetime." He froze, his voice hoarse. "But my time is short, in the end." I did not leave with him. It was said that upon returning, Shaolin took to his bed, vomiting blood for days on end. I stared blankly at the bloodstains on my clothes. 2 lifetimes of entanglement must, one of us bear a lifetime of debt to the other. I stayed at the Jingxi nunnery. My family did not blame me for Shaolin's illness. Several days later, however, my eldest brother came to find me. He was followed by another person. Tang Yufeng wished to entrust me with taking him to pay respects at our mother's memorial. She was buried in the Li family mausoleum, alongside 2 concubines who had borne children for our father. After leading us there, my eldest brother departed, leaving us alone to speak. Tang Yufeng offered sacrifices and kowtowed repeatedly with a solid thud. I had almost no memory of my mother. She had died very early. In the few fleeting fragments that surfaced, I only remembered her gently amusing me with a rattle. I said, "I asked my legitimate mother. Your mother didn't abandon you. She was sold into the household by your father, Tang Yufeng." "I know, you know." His voice was flat. "My father was a hopeless gambler. After selling mother, he gambled away everything within half a year. Then he sold me. I was too young to work, so I was beaten until I was covered in bruises. Finally, a kind young lady saved me. Later, I ended up in the Crown Prince's service." I frowned. "Then what about those words you spoke that day?" Tang Yufeng lifted his head to meet my gaze. "I was ordered. You should know who that person is. I should know. Who ordered him to fabricate an excuse? The Crown Prince. The Emperor." Suddenly, something felt off. "Then who were you originally meant to kill? Why did you end up stabbing me?" Tang Yufeng's eyes darted away. "That I cannot say." Confusion deepened. Was it Shaolin? He denied it outright. "No, I suspected not either. He had no reason to risk his life to win me back." Shaolin. The thought of his injuries made me feel slightly uneasy. I asked softly, "Is he truly near death?" Tang Yufeng didn't respond immediately. After a moment, he nodded. "It's very serious." He looked at me. "His Highness called your name many times last night." My heart fluttered, and I avoided his gaze. "If you're worried, go see him. Physician Shu said he has only days left. Even old Su couldn't cure him. Months ago, he'd called it child's play." Seeing I didn't move, Tang Yufeng didn't press further. Leaving the Li family tomb, my elder brother claimed he had business to attend to and sent someone else to escort me. That someone was none other than Jiang Yihan. I suspected my family still harbored hopes, trying to win Jiang Yihan back, but having died once, I had long since shed all romantic attachments. I bowed in thanks. "Young Master Jiang, thank you for your trouble." Jiang Yihan nodded and helped me into the carriage. We sat in silence, only the clatter of hooves breaking the quiet. "Without looking at me," he said, "have you heard about the Crown Prince's injury?" I nodded. Even he knew. It seemed this time there truly was no turning back. Shaolin. Shaolin, you boasted of your valor and unmatched archery skill. Yet even you could not defy destiny. Jiang Yihan continued. Regardless of the past, this time his prospects are grim. What meaning is there in living such a lonely life, keeping only ancient Buddhas and flickering lamps for company? Your father won't easily let you enter the monastery. If you insist and anger him, he might just force you onto some man. But if you're willing, he trailed off. I smiled faintly. I appreciate your kindness, but I was utterly drained, unable to muster another genuine heart to love someone else. This version of me would be unfair to anyone else. Soon we reached Jingxian. Zhang Yihan walked me to the courtyard gate. Gathering his courage, he said, "Li Xiyin, he'll always be here if only you turn back." I bowed slightly. "I'm sorry, I did not turn back." Zhang Yihan sighed softly, then turned and walked away. Returning to the courtyard, I found the blood-stained garment washed clean by someone, the pale pink floral pattern. The crimson stains faded like a life slowly drained of vitality, just like the chattering quarrels and tender affection of a past life, ending in indifferent disregard, returning to dust. My heart suddenly clenched. I rushed out the courtyard gate and called out to Zhang Yihan, who was about to leave. "Young Master Jiang, could you take me somewhere?" Zhang Yihan halted. I hurriedly gathered my things. I needed to see Xiaolin one last time, even if it was the final farewell. The debts and grievances of past and present lives remained unresolved. I refused to leave this world owing him anything. I wanted to stand before him and say, "Neither of us owes the other anything. When we meet on the road to the underworld, don't complain about me to the king of hell." I wanted to tell him, "I have loved and I have hated, but now I feel neither love nor hate." I'll also tell him, in the next life, "Stay far away from me. Don't come looking for me again. I need to speak. I need to make everything clear." The door creaked open. I turned. "Young Master Jiang, am ready." A handful of powder was thrown into my face. Darkness engulfed my vision. I was bound once more. This time, not in the wilderness, but in a pitch-black room, gloomy, damp, cold, my hands and feet bound. I was tied to a massive pillar. Suddenly, a faint candle flame flickered, followed by a blazing campfire. In the flickering, eerie light, I made out my surroundings, an underground palace, water seeping through the floorboards. A broken dragon-carved pillar stood, reminiscent of an abandoned palace. A figure in black robes and a hooded cloak approached, stepping through the water. I saw her face clearly. I stared for a long moment before murmuring, "I've guessed many people, but never you." Cui Yi removed her hood and smiled softly. Confused, I asked, "Is there some deep-seated grudge between us? Is it because in a past life I stole the crown princess position meant for you?" Cui Yi countered, "Isn't that reason enough?" I shook my head. "You're blaming the wrong person," I said. "You should blame Xiaolin Blumhim for lacking the courage to defy the imperial decree and marry you. You should blame the emperor to blame him for meddling in our fates. But you shouldn't blame me, because I too was powerless to resist." Cui Yi's lips curved. "It doesn't matter. Even if you're innocent, you're still a stumbling block in my path." I hadn't realized her obsession with the crown princess position ran this deep. I pondered. Then, before I die, "May I ask you a few questions?" "Cui, speak. In my past life, you played a part in hastening my death, didn't you? You'd always believed ID died of depression. And Xiaolin never uncovered the truth. But Prince Qi told me my death was suspicious, which meant the reincarnated one had revealed the truth to him." Cui Yi nodded. "Correct," I asked quietly. "Who was it?" Cui Yi smiled smugly. "The last person you saw." A drop of water from the pillar fell onto the back of my neck, sending a shiver through me. It was him, after all. Tang Yufeng. Upon closer reflection, something felt off. Back then, both the Empress Dowager and Consort Li had been stripped of their power. No one could enter my palace. Besides Tang Yufeng, who else could have harmed me? Then I recalled Tang Yufeng's childhood story. He was sold into the Cui household, where he endured constant beatings and abuse. A kind young lady saved him. That savior was Cui Yi, wasn't she? Only she had the means to place Tang Yufeng at Shaolin's side. I pressed further. Did you kill Shaolin? Cui Yi faltered, but did not evade. Yes, I was baffled. Why? Didn't you love him? Love. She sounded as if she'd heard a joke. How foolish must a woman be to stake her very life on a man's affection? She snorted coldly. Do you think a man's love lasts forever? My elder brother was Shaolin's tutor, and I grew up alongside him. He promised to marry me when he was young. But what happened? A mere imperial decree. And he married you. If he truly loved me, how could he change his mind so easily? How could he fall for you just a year or two after our wedding? I saw through it all eventually. He never loved me. If he truly did, he wouldn't have let Lu Qi torment me. His so-called affection was nothing but an eye on my family. The power of the Cui clan. If that's the case, why should I love him? I nodded. I see. So you allied with Prince Qi and killed Shaolin. Don't say it like that. I didn't kill him. I just added a little tranquilizer to his pastries. Ha ha. She curled her pinky finger and laughed triumphantly. A chill gripped my heart. Did Tang Yufeng deliver it for you again? Shaolin was cautious. He wouldn't trust deliveries from just anyone. But Tang Yufeng was different. After all, he'd served Shaolin for over a decade. Shaolin regarded him as a trusted confidant. But could a mere childhood kindness truly buy his loyalty so easily? Could it make him betray his master? Cui Yi sneered with disdain. Tang Yufeng is nothing but my dog. If not for me back then, how could he have survived? How dare he climb higher and forget my kindness? He even made me grovel and beg for his help. He's just a stupid dog. When he heard that the pastries he delivered killed Shaolin, he was so ashamed he killed himself. Ha ha ha. So Tang Yufeng never intended to kill Shaolin. It was just a twist of fate that made him an accomplice. Seeing her smug satisfaction, I asked my final question. So how did you die? Cui Yi's unrestrained laughter froze on her face. She smoothed her temple. Beaten to death by Lu Chi.A, if recalling some terrible memory. Her arrogance dissolved into emptiness and sorrow. She stared at the dripping puddle. He beat me constantly. Consumed by paranoia. Even the slightest exchange with another man would earn me a beating when I returned. I begged my father and brothers for help. They said they dared not offend the Prince of Chengyang. I begged Shaolin to grant me a divorce, but he said to wait. I waited and waited. Until despair set in. Until I grew numb. Suddenly, she erupted into madness, grabbing me desperately and screaming, Li Xin, can you understand my pain? I've had enough of this tortured existence. I've had enough. Finally. I realized no one could save me. My only path to survival was to become the most powerful woman in the realm. Since Shaolin couldn't grant me that, I turned to Xiao Wei. I wanted to be crown princess. To be empress. Who sat on the throne meant nothing to me, but it was so close. So very close. I pitied her past, yet lamented her stubbornness. If Shaolin was unreliable, was Xiao Wei any better? Xiao Wei had a legitimate wifey's cousin, the daughter of his uncle. Even Xiao Wei himself had to kowtow to his uncle's family. How could he possibly divorce his wife and remarry for Cui Yi? Moreover, Lu Qi had held back for years, yet struck her dead with brutal force at the last moment. Was there someone behind him giving orders? I sighed deeply. The fog of my past life finally lifted today. In that lifetime, Cui Yi endured unbearable suffering, her resentment growing deep. She sought out Tang Yufeng, leveraging their former master-servant bond to coerce him into poisoning me. scheming to become empress. Alas, Xiaolin's unwavering devotion left her profoundly disappointed. Thus, she allied with Prince Qi, once again manipulating Tang Yufeng to kill Xiaolin. She believed Prince Qi would honor his promise to make her empress. But he proved ruthless, directly ordering Lu Qi to accidentally kill her. Cui Yi's elaborate schemes ultimately cost her own life. After pondering, I asked her, "So in this life, you resorted to your old tricks planning to eliminate me first. Marry Xiaolin, but upon discovering he too had been reborn, you once again entertained the idea of aligning with Prince Qi. You shared your past experiences with him to gain his trust." "Correct." Cui Yi wiped the tear from her corner and smiled sweetly. "Quite right. It seems you're not as foolish as I imagined. I found it rather amusing." "Thank you for the compliment. Anyone who lives an extra decade or so can't help but grow wiser." Tang Yufeng's assassination attempt at the Double Ninth Festival banquet was orchestrated by Cui Yi. "So that sword wasn't a mistake, it was meant for me?" I asked. "In our past life." Did Tang Yufeng know I was his sister? Cui Yi froze, turning her head without answering. I waited patiently. She replied blankly. "He found out in the end. That's why he killed himself." Tang Yufeng must have been utterly despairing before his death. He betrayed his master and then killed his own sister with his own hands. I glanced at her and sneered. "So you're not entirely without feelings for this knife after all." Cui Yi flew into a rage. "Don't slander me." Her reaction was astonishingly fierce. I wisely kept quiet, but I couldn't resist adding, "Lu Kai wounded you deepest. Why didn't you seek revenge in this life? Why did you throw yourself at him?" Cui Yi replied coldly, "He's just another useful dog." Then she smiled faintly. "I should thank you. You helped send him to prison. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to deal with him now." I nodded. "Since you're thanking me, release me." She rolled her eyes at me. "Circling around me," she said. "Li Xiyin, I'm telling you all this today for two reasons. First, I'm too lonely to confide in anyone else. Second, my scheme is so flawless, wouldn't it be a shame if no one appreciated it? It is brilliant. We were all caught up in your plot." I praised her sincerely. "But did you ever consider you overlooked two people?" She furrowed her brow. "Who?" "First, Prince Qi. He's all bark and no bite. Entirely reliant on women for support. His marriage isn't his own decision. Your Cui family is powerful. Yes, but his maternal family is equally formidable, given the choice. Are you absolutely certain he'll choose you this lifetime?" Second, the Emperor. In my past life. He passed away long ago. You seized the moment when Xiaolin lost his mind and succeeded in your schemes. But in this life, the Emperor is in the prime of his life, with 7 or 8 more years left. Could Prince Qi's petty tricks possibly escape his notice? Cui Yi tilted her head. "Xiaolin is dying, didn't you know?" As for the Emperor, she laughed triumphantly. Whether the Emperor survives tonight is still up in the air. I frowned. What does Prince Qi intend to do to the Emperor? She spread her hands innocently. No idea. Maybe he'll take my advice and learn from his past life assassinating the sovereign before the palace gates. I felt completely reassured. I gave her a pitying look. Your plans will come to nothing again in this life. The Imperial Guards are under the Emperor's command. Prince Qi can't stir up trouble. The Emperor is in the prime of his reign. A single stern command would terrify Prince Qi. Cui Yi sneered. You don't understand Prince Qi. He's not as cowardly as you imagine, I replied. You don't understand the Emperor. He's not as peaceful as you imagine either, when his imperial authority is threatened. Even his closest kin can be killed. Cui Yi retorted. Then we'll see about that. Silence fell between us. Pools of water gathered across the floor. The underground palace remained shrouded in perpetual darkness. I asked, "What hour is it now?" Cui Yi snapped. "Why do you ask?" I smiled faintly. "To see if anyone will come to rescue me." Cui Yi sneered. "Don't be delusional. I had you abducted from the Jingxi nunnery and drove Zhang Yihan away. I must admit, Zhang Yihan is a true gentleman. He didn't set foot inside after being denied entry." I glanced sideways. "You like him?" "I could tell you had feelings for him during the Lantern Festival." Cui Yi. "I don't like him. I just don't believe he feels nothing for me." I didn't understand. Is a man's approval and praise really that important? Must you live solely to meet their expectations? Suddenly, I recalled her past life. She insisted she'd never be a concubine. I thought she lived for her own dignity. But it turned out that was merely her bargaining chip. She craved universal attention, men's admiration, women's envy alongside opulent status and aloof pride. Wanting everything only ensures losing everything. Cui Yi ignored me, continuing to herself, "If you don't care, why did you nearly kill yourself over a man in your past life?" She paused. "Strange. You don't seem worried about Shaolin at all. Don't you love him?" I was speechless. What good would worrying about him do? I'm trapped here because of you. Cui Yi? You said he's dying soon, and you plan to kill me anyway. Maybe when we open our eyes, we'll be reborn again. Cui Yi roared. You're dreaming. This time, I'll succeed. There won't be a next time. I feared she'd lose control and stab me dead. Only after she calmed slightly did I plead. I'm telling you this sincerely, let me go now. Go home. Pretend nothing happened. You're still the third young miss of the Liu mansion. Her scheme. Every person was a variable. This abandoned palace likely belonged to Liu Qi's ancestors. With Liu Qi imprisoned, he might have confessed already. That means her hiding place could be found easily. Her servants aren't loyal. They could turn on her. Qi Wang conspiring with me is already a betrayal. Tang Yufeng refused to betray Shaolin in his past life. Now that he knows I am his sister, he'll never be utterly devoted to her. As for Shaolin, Shaolin knows her better than I do. On Lantern Festival night, he abruptly produced that deeply symbolic jade pendant. Cui Yi was overjoyed, seemingly flattering Shaolin, but she overacted. The real 17-year-old Cui Yi possessed a proud spirit. Even if she desired something deeply, she would outwardly feign disdain. That jade pendant was bait. Cui Yi ignored my warnings. Don't waste your breath trying to charm me. She said, there's no turning back now. I only need to wait a few more hours for the outcome, whether Prince Qi succeeds or not. She clamped her hand on my jaw, a cruel smile spreading across her face. You're dead either way. Her words had barely left her mouth when a piercing scream echoed from outside. Everyone inside jumped in fright. Torches illuminated the underground palace as the newcomer leapt forward. Si Yin. It was Tang Yufeng. His gaze locked on Cui Yi as she halted. Miss Cui Yi. Cui Yi reacted swiftly, drawing a dagger and pressing it against my throat. Don't come closer. Tang Yufeng grew tense. Miss Cui, don't do anything rash. Put the knife away. Cui Yi snapped coldly. Get back. Step away. He tried to retreat, but behind him, a large contingent of Imperial guards surged forward, escorting a figure to the front. The man was wrapped in a thick, hooded cloak, his face pale and bloodless. Cui Yi, he managed to utter before a violent coughing fit seized him, forcing him to lean on his attendants. Release her, and I will spare your life. Cui Yi stared at him in shock. It really is you. Her laughter was more bitter than tears. You're dying, yet you still come to save her, Shaolin said. Liu Qi has confessed. Release Si Yin, and I can protect you. Cui Yi spat with hatred. You lied to me. In our past life. You also promised to help me divorce him. But you didn't. You deceived me. You caused me to be beaten to death. Do you know how painful his fists were? Shaolin. Shaolin's voice was heavy with sorrow. The imperial decree was already written. But that day, the empress passed away. He lifted his head. Yi, I did not deceive you, as you were busy arranging your empress funeral. Were you? You couldn't spare a thought for me for 7 whole days. Cui Yi's hatred flared. She tightened her grip, leaving a bloody mark on my neck. No, Shaolin gasped. Stumbling forward. Release Si Yin. I'll agree to anything you demand. Cui Yi sneered. I want you to marry me. I want to be empress. Can you do that? Shaolin froze in shock. The prolonged silence enraged Cui Yi. She gave a bitter laugh. I knew I.Licine. Look at this. This is what a man's promise looks like. She whispered into my ear, her eyes hardening. Join me on the road to the underworld. A sharp pain shot through my neck, followed by a deafening crash. Cui Yi was snagged by a fine chain, flung 10 feet away. Several arrows piercing her back. Her eyes remained open in defiance, staring vacantly at the dome. The light slowly faded from her pupils. The scent of blood filled my nostrils. Shaolin's frantic expression appeared before my eyes. His mouth opened and closed. Scene. Look at me. Scene. Cui Yi's blade had cut deep, yet missed the vital spot. Fortunately, Zhang Yihan had lurked in the shadows, striking at the critical moment to sap Cui Yi's strength. That day brought many events. Zhang Yihan had indeed been lured away by Cui Yi's men, but by chance. Just as he reached the mountain's base, he saw Tang Yufeng approaching with men to find me. They said Lu Qi had confessed, and the emperor summoned me to the palace for confrontation. Unable to rest easy, he followed Tang Yufeng back. The two knocked on the door and found only utter devastation inside. Realizing something was terribly wrong, they rushed to inform the crown prince. As they searched aimlessly like headless flies, a sudden message arrived, directing them to investigate the abandoned palace. Thus, they discovered Cui Yi's hiding place with almost no effort. As for Prince Qi, he had the heart of a thief, but not the guts. Midway through poisoning someone, the emperor saw his guilt and had him arrested on the spot. Cui Yi died a pitiful death, pierced through the heart by countless arrows. She was a clever woman, but her judgment was poor. Not a single man she chose was trustworthy. My injuries were minor, but Shaolin suffered a relapse as his qi and blood surged to his heart. No wonder Prince Qi had dared such audacity. Anyone seeing him in that half-dead state would have been tempted. The emperor again ordered me to tend to his illness. This time, I devoted myself wholeheartedly, daring not to be careless. When the servants withdrew at night, I held his hand, seeing his pale face, long lashes shrouding his eyes. A wave of sorrow suddenly washed over me. In my past life, I refused to see him before I left. He could only sneak in at night while I slept, holding my hand like this and pleading by my bedside. Seeing, when you're better, I'll take you incognito. We'll leave the palace and go out to play. You loved Ninth Brother most, didn't you? He's memorized the 3-character classic now. I'll name him Crown Prince and let you raise him. Please. Seeing. Promise me you won't give up. He thought I was asleep, but I was simply too exhausted to open my eyes. I pressed Shaolin's hand against my cheek, just as he had stroked mine countless times before. I know you can hear me, so listen carefully. I'll only say this once. Truth is, I really like you. Hating you is real, but liking you is real too. I hate how sharp your tongue is, but I also love how you tease and joke. Life in the palace is so dull, always having to be proper and dignified. Every time I lost an argument with you, the maids would cheer, because whenever I lost, you'd give me gifts. Didn't you notice later? I was always letting you win on purpose, when I was pregnant. The palace ladies all prayed for a boy. They wanted me to bear a legitimate heir to secure their positions. But a young physician whispered to mates likely to be a princess. I thought, you'd like a princess too, wouldn't you? I wanted you to take her hunting, to teach her archery yourself. I admit, when you first neglected me, I was deeply hurt and sad. But later, I found joy too. Without all these misunderstandings and wasted years, we might have been a bickering couple-y pair of ordinary lovers who fought constantly yet grew old together, so please get well soon. I have so many wishes waiting to be fulfilled with you. As I spoke, my nose stung fiercely. Emotions suppressed for 2 lifetimes dissolved into tears, spilling over my eyelids. I couldn't help but glance around. No one was there. I leaned in swiftly, pressing a kiss to his lips. I started to pull away, but a hand clamped down on the back of my head. Shaolin opened his eyes, staring at me with a half-smile. Li Xiyin, you're being forward. Startled, I blurted out. I didn't. Was it an illusion? He pressed my head back, tilting his own to kiss me. I don't believe it. Try again. His kiss was deep, lips and teeth entwined. I love you, he murmured, his fingers tracing my brow and eyes with tender longing. Seeing. I love you. He held me captive in a long, demanding kiss. But I couldn't shake my concern for his condition. I hurried off to summon the imperial physician. Old Master Shu, rarely seen, appeared to take his pulse and prescribe medicine, while Shaolin drank the potion. I quietly followed and asked Old Master Shu, Master Shu, can the Crown Prince recover from this illness? He looked utterly perplexed. Isn't he already cured? Today is the final day. I was confused, but rumors say he's near death week, frail and sickly. Master Shu pulled me close and whispered, those are rumors spread by the Emperor and Crown Prince. Noble intrigues we dare not speak freely. I pressed urgently. Then what about the blood? He coughed. Old Su slapped his thigh. That was me administering potent medicine to purge toxins. Temporary blood deficiency makes him look near death. I froze. So he's perfectly healthy. Old Su. Perfectly fine. Just overexerted himself running about recently. But nothing serious. A couple days of tonics and he'll be back to normal. Me. That damned Shaolin. Deceiving me again. All this talk of days numbered. Of lingering on a sickbed, nothing but tricks to manipulate. Prince Qi. Old Monster Shu finished the prescription and handed it to me. Here. Go boil it. Fuming. I turned and shoved the prescription into the servant's arms. Go tell your crown princess this old lady's done serving him. The servant. Huh? Before leaving, I entered the palace to seek an audience with the emperor. He was painting, smiling as he asked, what brings you to see the emperor? I knelt and bowed deeply. Father. The emperor scoffed. You shameless girl. Not even married yet. And you dare call me father? I remained kneeling. After a long silence, the emperor sighed. When did you realize? I replied. The day we were trapped in the underground palace. That day. Cui Yi's words contained many inconsistencies, always leaving out one crucial person. It took me a long time to figure out who had been secretly protecting me all along. It wasn't Shaolin. It was the emperor. The emperor had also been reborn. When exactly it began, I cannot say. But during the hunting expedition, when Lu Qi abandoned me in the wilderness, it was the emperor who first discovered my plight and dispatched the imperial guards to search for me. It was also the emperor who relayed the message to Tang Yufeng and the others to seek refuge in the underground palace, sending the imperial guards to accompany them. I suspect he had long held the grand scheme in his grasp, which is why he could foresee everyone's actions. Shaolin must have known the emperor had been reborn too. That's why he did nothing this lifetime. Playing the dutiful son while waiting for Prince Qi to slip up. The emperor sighed softly. What wrong is there in wanting to fulfill my son's destiny? He looked at me. In my past life, I meddled in matchmaking, creating two unhappy couples. I regret it. But seeing that your bond with the crown prince remains unresolved, my heart burns with urgency. This lifetime, I dare not arrange marriages recklessly. Do you have any thoughts of your own? My mind was a tangled mess. I don't know, the past life, woven from love, hate, and misunderstanding, held regrets. Yet I couldn't tell if it was more affection or more obsession. After some thought, I said, I beg your majesty to let me return to the Jingxi hermitage. I wanted to retreat into silence for a while. The emperor pondered for a moment. Granted. I returned to the mountains, but not to Jingxi Temple, a new Taoist monastery instead. It was called Yunsu Monastery. I became its abbess. After Shaolin recovered, he repeatedly invited me back, seeing my resolve to cultivate. He built a Taoist monastery on the mountain opposite Jingxi Temple. He insisted I become its abbess, pestering me daily with invitations. I ignored him, devoting myself to seeking immortality and the way. I grew increasingly convinced that being a crown princess couldn't compare to the joy of becoming an immortal. Until one day, I caught a madman within the temple. He was truly muscular and imposing. He'd bewitched several female Taoist nuns. I bound him and escorted him to the authorities. The nuns who had been involved with him wept, begging me to spare him. But I paid them no heed. The madman raged. The love between man and woman is natural and spontaneous. You've never tasted it. Yet you envy others and sever all affection and nature. What kind of cultivator are you? His words gave everyone pause for deep thought. Within days, fellow disciples began petitioning to descend the mountain and experience the world. Undecided, I sought the old Taoist master's counsel. Why do they flock to worldly entanglements, which wound both heart and body? I asked. The old master stroked his beard and countered. Have you truly entered the world? Have you truly entered and exited it? His words left me stunned. When Shaolin returned, I was still puzzled by the madman's affair. He listened, then fell deep in thought. But he seemed to miss the point entirely. He shed his outer robe, revealing a lean, muscular frame. How do I compare to the madman? He asked. Me. He pressed relentlessly. I deflected. Fine. Fine. You're much better than the madman. He sat beside me, his eyes burning brightly. Then why not try the mortal world? I froze. He brushed my cheek as he leaned in, his breath tickling my skin. Master Li, you've never tasted the sweetness of love between man and woman, the unbroken intimacy between parent and child, the offerings and sacrifices of all under heaven. How can you attain enlightenment without experiencing these? He pushed my shoulders back onto the bed. I wish to help you taste all the world's joys and sorrows, to understand the sufferings of all beings. On the day you become immortal, just bestow upon me a single immortal pill of eternal youth. His kisses rained down thick and fast on my neck and shoulders. I was utterly bewildered by his coaxing, then suddenly snapped back to my senses. No. Wait, how could he be taking everything he wants? He wants to enjoy mortal pleasures and take my immortal pill too. After 2 years of cultivation, my resolve grew weaker. I decided to return to the mortal world. After repeated confirmations, the emperor arranged our marriage. I stepped back into the familiar palace halls. This time, it was no longer a square cage. Shaolin's respect and devotion opened a new door in this life. It became a courtyard, a home, where I could come and go as I pleased. This life brought me good health. 2 months after marrying into the Eastern Palace, I became pregnant. I was cautious, fearing the mischievous little one might slip away again. Shaolin was equally careful, coming to accompany me every day after court, pressing his ear to my belly to listen for movement. He said, "Kicking so hard, could it be a boy?" My heart fluttered with anxiety. Instead of answering, I asked, "If it's a girl, would you still love her?" "Of course," he replied, his smile warming as he embraced me. "You once said you hoped I'd teach her hunting and archery. I'll teach her well. If her future prince consort ever disobeys, shall shoot an arrow straight through his head." Hearing this, the little one inside me kicked excitedly. On the day I gave birth to our princess, the entire palace celebrated. Zhang Yihan sent a special gift through an intermediary. It was the jade pendant I had snatched from Shaolin's hands. Zhang Yihan had written only 4 words: "Returned to its rightful owner." I presented the jade pendant to Shaolin. He suddenly stroked his chin thoughtfully. Chang Yihan hasn't married yet, has he? We'll see if there are any suitable young ladies. We must get him settled soon. I nudged him. We've been married over a year now. Why do you still guard against him? Shaolin looked sullen. He's the only one in both my lifetimes who makes me feel threatened. He took my hand and slyly guided it to the scar on his chest, pouting playfully. "Seeing, who's in your heart now?" I traced the scar. "The crown prince," he pressed. "Who is the crown prince?" "Shaolin." "Who is Shaolin?" "My husband." His eyes lit up with delight. Ah. End of main story. Tang Yufeng. Side story. When I was 5, my mother vanished. Neighbors pitied me, saying, "Fenger, remember your mother. This sack of rice was traded for you." I couldn't understand why rice meant no mother. Less than half a year later, my father sold me too. I was sold into the Cui household. Being young, I did all the heavy labor at the Cui residence, constantly beaten for the slightest mistake. The steward and laborers of the woodshed, unable to bully others, took their frustrations out on me. Once, terrified by the beatings, I hid in the garden thicket. A kite landed on my head. The little girl who came to retrieve it was as delicate as a porcelain doll. She gasped in surprise. Terrified, I trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. Moved by pity, she stopped her maids and servants, pulling me from the bushes. She gazed at my bloodied wounds with heartache. "Who beat you like this?" I dared not speak, confessing would only invite worse punishment. She had her maid apply medicine to my wounds and even gave me a new set of clothes. I hesitated to accept them, but she raised her head defiantly. "Don't worry. Just say third young miss gave them to you. No one will dare trouble you." I clutched the clothes and headed back. Before I could enter the house, a servant grabbed my hair and slammed me against the wall. "You lowly dog of a servant, daring to associate with third young miss." The servant kicked me. "Third young miss is the mistress darling. How dare you accept her gifts? Spit." He snatched my clothes and beat me mercilessly to vent his rage. I dared not utter a word of anger. From then on, I became even more cautious. Terrified of angering them, I endured another year of despair. The following spring, while sweeping the garden, I encountered the third young miss again. She gasped, "Hey, aren't you that?" Remembering the steward's warning, I dared not show the slightest connection to her. I turned to leave, but she stopped me. "Stop," she huffed, running over. "Why do you run away when you see me?" I knelt. I am lowly. I dare not sully the young lady's eyes. She placed a hand on her hip. I am not that kind of arrogant person. She frowned, examining me. "Is this all they give you to wear? Such thin clothes." Fearing another gift might invite the steward's resentment, I hurriedly replied. Thank you, miss. I'm not cold. I have work to do. I must go now. She grabbed my tattered sleeve. Wait. I'm not finished yet, but her grip caught my wound, and I gasped in pain. She quickly let go. What's wrong? I dared not answer. She grew angry, rolled up my sleeve, and saw fresh wounds layered over old ones. She hesitated. Did they beat you again? She gritted her teeth. Don't go back. Come serve as my bodyguard. I want you. A maid nearby interjected. Miss, this is improper. The mistress would never consent, not wanting to put her in a difficult position. I turned to leave. After a moment's thought, she called me back. What is your name? I bowed my head. I am Tang Yufeng. Miss, she nodded. Tang Yufeng. Is it? I'll find you a good place. I thought she was merely speaking offhand. Yet days later, she made it happen. The eldest young master came to the woodshed specifically for me, transferring me to a nobleman. That man was of royal blood known other than the crown prince. The third young miss tugged at his sleeve, cooing. He's so pitiful. Crown prince brother. You must treat him well. The crown prince, mature beyond his years, replied. Since little Yi sent him, I shall evaluate him carefully before parting. The third young miss said, You must prove yourself by the crown prince's side, when he favors you in the future. Don't forget me. I knew this was my only chance. I bowed repeatedly in gratitude. I served the crown prince for 15 years. I had assumed Miss Cui would be the crown princess. A certainty. But unexpectedly, another woman snatched the position. The crown prince disliked her and warned me to be wary. I disliked her too. Yet after a month of vigilance, I found nothing amiss. She was timid, docile, and somewhat weak-willed. I noticed she dared not even vent her grievances, retreating only to weep in corners. Seeing her reminded me of my younger self. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, I helped her discipline the servants. She was incredibly trusting. After just 2 instances of my help, she considered me her closest confidant, sharing her deepest secrets. Despite her own lack of favor, she selected her finest possessions to gift me as tokens of gratitude. Gradually, I began to believe she might truly be just an innocent girl caught in an unjust storm. Alas, she was far too naive. Innocence and naivety are no match for survival in the palace. Without the favor of those in power, I couldn't protect her for long. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the crown prince discovered she had nothing to do with the assassination plot and gradually began to take an interest in her. The usually composed crown prince started bickering with the crown princess, acting like a child throwing tantrums. He also enjoyed eating hot pot with her, letting the crown princess feed him as they ate. The crown princess despised him, deliberately serving him scraps. Yet he showed no anger, devouring them with relish. Watching this, I felt pity for Miss Cui Yi. The crown prince had already fallen for her. His actions toward the crown princess were like a fierce beast rolling over to expose its belly for her to trample. As the crown prince's confidant, I could read his thoughts without words. After his heart was captured, I began protecting the crown princess even more diligently. I comforted her and solved her problems. She reciprocated, gifting me all sorts of treasures. Bored in the palace depths, she regarded me as her only true friend. Yet her openness displeased the crown prince. I knew him well, a man consumed by possessiveness. Once he suspected someone, death followed swiftly. So I hid from the crown princess, fearing his wrath might reach me. I struggled to maintain this delicate balance. After their final falling out, I became the sole conduit for messages between them. When Miss Cui sought me out, a full decade had passed, her face bruised and swollen. She wept as she pleaded, Tang Yufeng, I beg you, please, Beg the emperor for a decree. I truly cannot go on living. My heart ached for her. I explained her situation to my master. Now the emperor. He said he was already preparing to deal with the Prince of Chengyang's family. He told her to be patient, that with her as an inside ally, the prince and his son would meet a more thorough end. I relayed his words to Miss Cui. She didn't believe him. She cried. How much longer? 3 months. 5 months. Or 3. 5 years. She cried out. He promised me I'd be crown princess. Now he loves someone else, and doesn't even care if I live or die. I couldn't explain. The emperor couldn't even protect his own beloved wife. How could he protect her? Li Xiyin. It's all her fault. I hate her. If not for her, I wouldn't have fallen so low. Miss Cui lost all restraint. She no longer fixated on divorce. She wanted to be empress. She resorted to desperate measures, even drugging me to force my compliance. I hated her. Hated how she degraded herself, and I hated myself for being powerless to pull her from the mire. I became her puppet. I obeyed her command to poison the empress. The empress had been ill for a long time, even without my hand. Her days were numbered. I told myself I was granting her release, but the empress knew nothing. She thanked me for the pastries I sent her. She urged me to live well. I never even knew she had purchased a mansion for me outside the palace long ago. This girl, married into the Eastern Palace at 17, whom I had cared for 10 years, was killed by my own hand. I wept silently at her steps. I had assumed His Majesty's vigilance would uncover the truth. I awaited my own death. To trade my life for Miss Cui's rebirth, I harbored no regret. I would pursue her to the underworld, continuing to care for the empress. Yet I underestimated the emperor's devotion to her. With her gone, he crumbled, as if his very foundation had been torn away. He never recovered. On the 7th day after the empress' passing, Cui Yi entrusted me to deliver a box of pastries. They were the emperor's favorites. She hoped this might rekindle his old affection. The emperor hadn't eaten or drunk for days, and I wasn't sure he would touch them. Yet he kept them, holding the pastries. He stared blankly, tears streaming down his face. Xiyin, didn't you love the little tiger? Just look at it. It turned out the pastries had reminded him of his time with the empress. I couldn't bear to watch any longer. Shortly after I left, the emperor suddenly passed away. Prince Qi announced the emperor had died of grief, joining the empress in death. I refused to believe it. How could that be? The emperor was heartbroken, but he would never have thrown himself against a coffin to end his life. I prepared to uncover the truth, but was quickly stopped. Cui Yi said, "Stop investigating." I begged Prince Qi, "Hell spare your life." I sensed something was terribly wrong. Why did you beg, Prince Qi? What did you two do? Cui Yi replied coldly, I laced Shaolin's pastries with a sleeping potion. It felt like lightning struck me. She laced the potion. I delivered Iso. I was the one who killed my master. I went mad. Why? Why harm him? Didn't you love him? Weren't you meant to be his empress? Cui Yi replied coldly. Being someone's empress is just being someone's empress. She had changed. She was a different person from the noble. Proud. Third Miss Cui, I remembered. I gripped her throat viciously. I loved her, but I was also loyal to my master. She sneered coldly. What? You're going to kill me. Go ahead. She pressed relentlessly, one sentence after another. You'd kill me for Shaolin. Have you forgotten who saved you from your suffering? Shaolin is your master. But what about me? I had no rebuttal. I had planned to enter the palace and kill Prince Qi to avenge my master. Her final words shattered my resolve completely. Tang Yufeng, you still don't know, do you? The Li Xiyin you killed with your own hands was actually your sister. I was struck as if by lightning. She smiled. Your own sister. Born of the same mother, but different fathers. I drew my blade and pressed it against her throat. She showed no fear. You killed Shaolin and Li Yin with your own hands. She stroked her belly. And now you want to kill me. She paused. Oh. And our child. I refused to believe it. I refused. She smiled. 3 months. It can only be you. She leaned closer. Go ahead. Avenge your master and your sister. Her face. More alluring than in youth. The woman-eyed adored my entire life. Hidden deep within my heart was this venomous snake. My heart and lungs shattered. I drew my blade and placed it across my own throat. Your Majesty, the Empress. Tang Yufeng comes to atone. The Emperor's epilogue. I never imagined. The crown prince I nurtured since childhood would risk his life for a woman. He lay in a pool of blood, his hand still clutching the hem of her robe. When I approached, she knelt outside the hall, her eyes hollow. Are you praying for the crown prince? I asked. She nodded repeatedly, but I could see through her. She'd welcome his death. Eager for the funeral to come sooner. I wanted to kill her. The crown prince's bleeding had stopped. Ignoring her, I went inside to check on him. Lying on the bed, utterly weakened. He murmured a name. I leaned close to listen. Yin. Li Yin. Who was this? I had never heard of her. My chief eunuch clearly heard it too, his eyes darting about. Upon exiting, he immediately introduced her. Your Majesty, this maiden is Li Yin, daughter of Li Kan, the Assistant Minister of Works. I glanced at her. She possessed neither breathtaking beauty nor graceful poise. How could my crown prince favor such an ordinary woman? I yearned to dispose of her. Yet I knew my son well cold-hearted and unyielding. This woman, for whom he risked his life, and whom he murmured about even in unconsciousness, must be deeply ingrained in his soul. I spared her life. I could kill her later, after investigating. I ordered her to tend to his illness, and she was deeply disappointed. Disappointed. That I spared her life was already a mercy. I instructed the imperial physicians to keep a close watch, lest she harm the crown prince by accident. After all, there was no trace of affection in this woman's eyes. The commander of the imperial guards reported that 2 assassins had been captured. One was apprehended before acting, caught in a panic. The other was Tang Yufeng, a confidant of the crown prince from the Eastern Palace. After brutal interrogation, the panicked assassin confessed. He was sent by Prince Qi to stage a fake assassination attempt and frame the crown prince. Tang Yufeng remained silent. He denied attempting to kill the crown prince and refused to admit the crown prince had ordered him. This struck me as peculiar. His sword was aimed at Li Yin. I ordered an investigation into his relationship with her. Sure enough, it revealed they were half-siblings, sharing the same mother but different fathers. Yet Tang Yufeng had been raised by the crown prince since age 7, while Li Yin was born to a concubine in Li Kan's household. The two had never crossed paths, let alone met. Why would Tang Yufeng seek to kill his own sister? This puzzled me, so I ordered an investigation into Tang Yufeng's slave registry. This led us to the Cui residence. We discovered he maintained close ties with Cui Yi, the crown prince's childhood sweetheart. Could this be a case of young girls squabbling over affection? I ordered Cui Yi to be closely monitored, unable to rest easy about the crown prince. I went to visit him. My dear son lay weakly in bed, his arm serving as a pillow for that woman. Yet he stared at her as if he could never get enough, not blinking once. He couldn't bear to move, only tenderly stroking her cheek with his fingers. I wanted to enter and reprimand them, but the imperial physician held me back. Your Majesty, the crown prince must not be startled. I am furious. All these years I nurtured him, teaching him to hide his emotions, to exercise restraint and caution, to conceal his affections. He has forgotten it all. Now he loves a woman like a madman. Not only does he indulge her, but he cannot bear to see her suffer. I heard that heavy bleeding that day was caused by him forcing himself to stay the night and covering her with his robe. I see the crown prince is ruined. Lust has clouded his judgment. I ordered men to keep a close watch on him. Yet during his convalescence, he asked about nothing else, only demanding updates on Li Xian's whereabouts. When he heard Li Xian was meeting the man her family had arranged for her, he insisted on accompanying her despite his illness, dragging himself along. I truly cannot fathom it. The crown prince seems like a different person. To test him, I had my men inform Tang Yufeng of the truth that Li Xian is his sister. Tang Yufeng was utterly shocked. My men reported back. Tang Yufeng knew nothing of this affair, yet still refused to reveal who sent him to assassinate Li Xian. I provided him with an excuse, then summoned Li Xian to confront him before the throne. This girl has considerable nerve, daring to bargain with me. After hearing her words, I fell deep in thought. Could there truly be a way to bring the dead back to life? Why did her dream feel so vividly real? I waited in silence for the arrival of the heavenly sacrifice ceremony. Sure enough, my consort Li presented a bowl of soup poisoned, exactly as Li Xian had described. The consort Li I had cherished for half my leash actually sought to harm me. My heart ached unbearably. That night, an excruciating headache seized me. When I awoke, a fragment of unfamiliar memory had taken root. In the dream, Lady Li shielded the crown prince from a sword, allowing the assassin to flee. My suspicion toward the crown prince grew, and Li Can's constant meddling became unbearable. I designated Lady Li as the crown prince's consort. I wanted to see if the crown prince truly harbored disloyal intentions. I knew that if the crown prince despised her, Lady Li would not live long. Then, I could simply replace her with a crown princess from a prestigious noble family. I only needed to test her for a year, ensuring she survived that year. But as I watched her, I found Lady Li kind and docile, much like the crown prince's birth mother, Consort Hui, from years past. I find myself reluctant to see her perish so soon. Yet this child's humble origins and limited upbringing by elders render her unfit to bear the weight of a nation's consort. Heeding the Empress' counsel, I provided the crown prince with several concubines of higher standing. Only after those women were slain did I realize the crown prince remains unchanged. Li Xian's survival depended entirely on his protection. Only then did I realize the crown prince had grown distant from me, suspecting I was placing spies around him. He treated me with increasing formality, yet lost the warmth of his former closeness. He relentlessly suppressed Prince Qi, while the Empress grew ever more arrogant. My displeasure deepened, and my heart drifted further from his. This eldest son I raised with my own hands. I even contemplated deposing him. Yet whenever the crown princess came to pay her respects, I remembered Consort Hui. I had promised Consort Hui I would care for her only child, as both sovereign and father. I could not voice this wish aloud. I could only hope the young crown princess would convey it. The crown princess, innocent and obedient, nodded. The crown prince will understand father's intentions. Alas, it was all my fault for meddling in their matchmaking. Now even this young couple lay in the same bed yet dreamed different dreams, their hearts growing estranged. I died without understanding why. In my final days, Consort Li remained by my side to attend to me. I sensed something was amiss and sought an opportunity to see the crown prince, but was constantly blocked. Fortunately, the crown princess came to pay her respects. I pinned my last hope on her. She merely expressed sorrow and urged me to rest and recover. Consort Li watched from the sidelines, eyes sharp as a tiger's. I thought, it's over. To my relief, I did eventually see the crown prince. He was taciturn, kneeling at my bedside. I tried to speak, but found father and son had long grown distant, strangers in form. I patted his hand and urged, cherish your wife and children. Love your people as your own children. A harmonious home brings prosperity. I feared he might become a heartless tyrant. My sole wish was for him to protect the crown prince's consort, with her by his side. A sliver of tenderness remained in his heart, reviewing everything in my dream. Tears streamed down my aged cheeks. I realized how utterly wrong my past life had been, yet I puzzled over why, in this life, the crown prince cherished Lady Li with such frenzied devotion. As I watched, I smiled. It dawned on me I wasn't the only one reborn. They had all returned. Lantern Festival night. I encountered Lady Li and Jiang Yihan at the calligraphy and painting shop. Lady Li was coy and reserved, yet the two were clearly drawn to each other. The crown prince gritted his teeth in fury. I resolved to lend my son a hand. At the same time, I sought to test whether Lady Li truly remained resolute. I probed her, and she spilled everything like beans spilling from a sack. She even poured out her sorrows to me as if I were her late father from the past life. My heart ached for her. It turned out her 3 years as empress had been so bitter, and I had left so many messes for the crown prince to clean up. I began to investigate carefully. The empress, consort Li, Prince Cui Yi, and even my brother, Prince Chengyang, whom I regarded as close as my own hand and foot. It turned out these people each harbored their own ulterior motives. They feared my authority, yet were not loyal to my empire. With a new sovereign ascended, each harbored their own schemes. I resolved to rid the crown prince of these thorns in his side. During the hunt, I noticed something amiss with one person, Cui Yi, the youngest daughter of Chancellor Cui. Li Siyin had mentioned it was my meddling in matchmaking that led Cui Yi to marry poorly. I decided not to arrange her marriage, leaving it to her parents' discretion. Yet she grew close to Prince Qi and remained entangled with Lu Qi, her past life adversary. I ordered surveillance. Sure enough, she plotted against Li Siyin. I promptly dispatched the imperial guards to follow the crown prince in pursuit. Such a heroic rescue, how could I deny my son this moment? My beloved son and daughter-in-law, their karmic bond remains unbroken. I spotted a young imperial guard muttering to himself in a corner, hesitating whether to inform his cousin. Recognizing him as a Jiang family lad, I asked what he was murmuring about. He dared not speak. I ordered him to speak up. He could only recount what he had seen, leaving the dozen or so guards nearby exchanging bewildered glances. The news had already spread. The old man of the Jiang family values his reputation above all. Crown Prince, this is all I can do for you. After all I've done, my son has finally come to understand. He no longer views me as an enemy but has begun to confide in me. Between sovereign and subject, father and son, one must know when to stop. I set a trap with him to see if Prince Qi would fall into it. The consort Li harmed Meshe must die. As for Prince Qi, I hesitate. Should he truly harbor regicide in his heart? I shall show no mercy. I am the emperor. Those who defy imperial authority, even blood, kin shall be executed. As for Cui Yi, he is but a clown. All remains within my grasp. I am deeply disappointed. Prince Qi harbors regicide in his heart, yet lacks the courage or skill to carry it out. He is a foolish and weakling. My heart has softened. Confine him, but spare his life. As the turmoil subsides, I wish to focus on restoring my health, gaining a few more years to put the court in order. This way, when the crown prince takes the throne, the transition will be smoother. Yet the moment this lad heard of my recovery, he cast off his burdens as if shedding a weight. retreating daily to the mountains. His beloved wife from a past life has now become obsessed with Taoist cultivation, aspiring to ascend to immortality. In my view, the crown prince is blinded by his own position. That girl remains entangled in worldly attachments, utterly devoid of spiritual insight. A mere flicker of affection has consumed her, leaving her utterly lost. She can't even let go of family who barely care for her. How could she abandon the man she shared a bed with for 10 years? But I said nothing. I mustn't meddle in young people's affairs. Sure enough, less than 2 years later, the crown prince knelt before me with Lady Li. I produced the imperial decree I'd drafted long ago and smiled. This time, it's not an arranged marriage. You asked for it yourselves. The crown prince's wedding filled the palace with celebration. I watched the young couple, not newlyweds yet, more so than any others. My heart felt at ease. At last, I had matched the right pair in the Book of Mandarin Ducks. The end.